Riyadh, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has witnessed some spectacular FIFA scenes over the last 2 weeks, with the crowning of our club champions and our nations champions. And today we'll celebrate our FIFAe World Cup champion. Brazil, Australia, Italy and the Netherlands are the 4 countries being represented by this year's semi-finalist. Only 2 wins stand between them and this trophy. Who will hold their nerve on the biggest FIFA stage? Well, we're about to find out.
Well, the excitement is certainly building here on finals day. I'm here in the Players' Lounge where some of the competitors who unfortunately didn't make it to today are just winding down ahead of watching their colleague go head-to-head for the big one in a few moment's time. We've had an unbelievable journey here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 3 back-to-back tournaments. We had the E-Nations just a few days ago, concluding with an epic Brazilian win. We had the E-Club World Cup before that, where RB Leipzig made history. But this is the big one. Only one person can be the FIFAe World Cup 2023 champion. Only one person can win $300,000, and only one person can be remembered as a legend of the game forever.
Perfectly summed up there by Spencer Owen, and it is our final day in the land of heroes, and we have one more hero left to crown. And we have a sofa, don't we, full of heroic individuals as always as well. We have August Rosemeyer, we have Mike Lebel and Richard Buckley joining the couch to talk you guys at home through our epic semi-finals we have lined up for you. I mean, guys, yesterday was possibly some of the best FIFA we've ever seen here at a World Cup. Aggie, would you agree?
Definitely. It had everything. It had almost comebacks, high-scoring affairs, penalty shootouts, favorites going out, favorites living up to the expectations. It was a historical day for FIFA esports.
And Mike Lebel was so excited, he spilled coffee all down his shirt because he wasn't really sure what's going to happen today.
It just happened. I wasn't ready. Clearly, this is how it starts off.
He's just so excited for the action that even he spills his coffee before it gets going here. Richard Buckley, please keep the couch calm over there. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
He's loving it.
I've lost all composure before we even started.
It was 30 seconds before we got live.
It was fine. Anyway, let's just chat a little bit about our 4 semi-finalists. The first one, Manu taking on Obrun. I mean, 2 special players there. Obrun knocked out possibly one of the favourites, your boy, Anders Bergan. And he came back, didn't he, from that deficit in the first leg as well to overhaul him by 4-2 with a special goal.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really impressive goal. And I went back to the hotel yesterday night and I started thinking a little bit. Obrun, I mean, that performance he just replicated. Because last year he went to the semis as well. I mean, it's back-to-back. It's up there as one of the biggest performances we'll see. And if he could go all the way today, I mean, a huge statement. And just by knocking Bergan out, it sends a message to the 3 other players.
And Manu was a quarter-finalist last year. I got a cab in with him today and he felt pretty calm and composed as well. But let's talk about the other semi-final. 2 World Cup debutants in there as well, but big names, Rich.
Yeah, massive names. I mean, when you look at both individuals as well, you've got PH Zin, who potentially could have one of the greatest individual seasons that we've ever seen. A continental runner-up in the Copa Libertadores. You look at the win, 4 or 5 days ago with Brazil in a 2v2 manner, and now he's arguably, after knocking out Tex and Stingray, a pretty favourable player to go all the way, you would say. On the other side of it, Mark 11, what a tournament he is having, and not only is he representing himself, Footwiz, an entire continent, Oceania behind him.
Don't remind us the PH knocked out the 2 Brits. It does break my heart a little bit there, Richard Buckley. Mark 11, though, obviously is going up against him. The Aussie, the best performance from an Aussie ever. Well, let's have a look then, shall we, at 1 goal from each of our semi-finalists, because they've been pretty special, starting with Manu Bashir.
And we could only show you 1 goal because there's so many goals that were scored, so many goals that were conceded yesterday. It was unbelievable. The absolute cliche lived up to the hype in terms of the tale of 2 legs. You got Mbappe here, just a resurface, ball roll, re-angle, and of course, is that the upset? And I would say Obrun beating Bergan still is an upset if you talk to the community. The energy in the room was special. A lot of the fans here were for Anders. There's some back and forth with the Italians. And then it just wouldn't feel right if we didn't have some penalty kicks. And PH Zin, of course, had to force those penalty kicks.
He certainly did. You see the reaction when he scored that huge goal to level him back in the tie. He went through on penalties. He was victorious. And what a performance. I know we talk about Obrun beating Anders Bergan. For me, this is performance of the round. That was his round of 16 game. Beating Emre Yilmaz in a convincing fashion in the first leg. The second leg, Emre brought it back. And then he iced up Mark 11. We all predicted Emre, as soon as you start to see that comeback making sort of sense, Emre goes on to win. That's what should have happened. Not today.
I mean, Mark 11 was possibly one of the biggest shocks as well, maybe for us all. But Obrun, obviously, he's been a semi-finalist this time last year. I wonder if he can learn from that position. I'm going to hand that question over to our casters. We've got Brandon Smith and Alex B. Do you think Obrun can learn from being in the same situation last year? Obviously, he got knocked out. Can he go further?
I think it's a great question. I think we'll have a long chat about this throughout the game. A quick word from us, though. What was Nicholas last year that stood in his way? Nicholas went on to go to that final. All the predictions completely out the window of this FIFAe World Cup. You come into today without, maybe some would argue, those big European normal names we used to see, but look, on paper, still incredible players. #1 in Oceania, #1 in Latin, South America, and 2 players in the top 20 in Europe.
Yeah, 2 players top 20 in Europe, which I think when you're Obrun and you're saying, okay, I was here this time last year, got knocked out against Nicholas. Manu is very different in the way that he likes to play the game and what he wants to do. We saw yesterday 16 goals throughout that knockout stage to make his way into that semi-final. Obrun can claw back on that experience and try and take down Manu.
And I think if you look at Italian history, look, you've had Principe that won the Madrid Major. That was a few years ago. You've had Dagnolf that won an LQE. This is their best chance of getting an Italian FIFA World Champion. We can't wait to see how this one goes.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. They've already completed 12 matches so far. 2 more still to win for our champion. And we've knocked out 20 players. We have 4 remaining. Let's see how our semi-finalists got to this point. Well, there we go. Manu Bashir grabbed the last qualifying spot in Group D, considered by many as the group of death. He got off to a flying start in the knockouts, beating local hope Abu Makka 10-2 on aggregate, and secured his spot in the semis with a win against RVP legend. His opponent in the final is Obrun, who finished runner-up in Group C. He beat Berke Lion to book a place in the quarters against one of the tournament favourites, Anders Bergang, where he overturned a first leg deficit 4-2 on aggregate. PH Zin came to the tournament on a high after victory in the Nations Cup. He maintained his winning form, securing qualification from Group D before beating English opponent Tex and Stingray in the knockouts. Our final semi-finalist, Mark 11, made his way out of Group B, set up a round of 16 match against Emre Yilmaz. He won the first leg 5-1 and just held on to make the last 8, where victory in both games against Montaxa secured a last spot in the semis, the best performance by an Aussie ever. And Denman there as well. I saw Mark as I came in this morning. I said, we were discussing how much he can help you in the camp. He said, not that much. He's just good for the mind. And Aggie, you kind of agreed with that, didn't you?
Yeah, and one other actually important point I'd like to say regarding to the 4 semi-finalists, 3 of them been to all 3 competitions here, and I think it's a very, very relevant point in terms of they've been building up, they've been coming into the competition, getting used to this, and I don't think it's a coincidence that they stand here, 3 of them, and Manu went to the E-Nations Cup final as well, so he's also been here. I think it plays a huge part and also goes to show that they have been the most consistent players throughout the entire season.
Yeah, they've played a lot of FIFA to get to this point, haven't they, Mark?
Absolutely, and you build with that, and I just want to say, can we stop discrediting Denman? I might have done that a little bit myself. We have some fun with it, but at the end of the day, FUTWIZ has had so much success there, and Denman's been a part of all of it with Ethan, with Nick Sneb, and now, of course, with Mark, who's in a prime position here to make a run, to do the unthinkable.
I say that with the kindest heart, of course. I was having a laugh with Mark a little bit earlier on the couches as I walked into the arena here, so he loves having him behind him on the couch. Well, it's time. Let's get ready to welcome our first semi-finalists.
Yes, it is nearly time for our first semi-final of the day, and we can't play a semi-final without some semi-finalists, so please join me in welcoming our first semi-finalist today. It is, of course, from Team Hullet, Manu Bashir. Here is the Dutchman here from Team Hullet. Scored more goals than anyone in the knockout round. 16 goals, to be precise, across two-legged games of FIFA. Can he keep that going today? If he does, he'll be very hard to beat. Welcome to the stage, Manu. Of course, he needs an opponent and the man standing in between Manu and the spot in the final. He's the Italian from Team Exceed who goes by the name of Obrun. Massive opportunity for the Italian here to go one better than he did this time last year and get himself into a final and maybe go the whole way and lift the trophy in a few hours' time. Welcome to the stage, Obrun. Before we do our coin toss, I'm going to have a few questions with the guys here, starting off with you, Manu. As I mentioned, more goals than anyone yesterday. You actually got through from your group in 4th place, but you look like the man to beat yesterday. What changed for you between the group stage and the knockouts?
Well, of course, my group was deemed like the group of death. I think it had a lot of potential winners in it, and I think maybe I had more confidence in the knockouts because I came out of that group and it gave me a lot of momentum to work with. And yeah, in the end, like I started every game pretty fast, so it was like 3-0 up in no time. So of course that helps as well, and yeah, I hope to do the same today.
Is today the biggest day so far in your young FIFA career, with a chance to lift the biggest trophy of all?
Well, I was here with the Netherlands, I think 5 days ago as well, against Obrun, also in the semi-final. Again, I think that was up until then the biggest day, but now might be the biggest day. I hope it will be.
They keep getting bigger, Manu, and obviously this is the 1v1 trophy everyone wants to win. As I cross the stage over here to talk to Obrun here from Team Exceed. You beat Anders in a previous round. Not many people thought he might win the whole thing. However, the man you're going up against is the only other man that's beaten Anders here in this tournament. Does that make this one of the biggest games we could possibly hope for?
Yeah, I think that Manu is so strong, and I think that this will be a good match also for the spectators. So it will be a good show.
We mentioned last year you reached this stage in this same competition. How important for you would it be to go one further or maybe two further and win the trophy?
So important. This was my goal from at the beginning of the season. When I ended last year, I say I want to go another time in the World Cup, and now is the time.
It is the time indeed. Huge game ahead. We need to do a coin toss to work out who's going to be the home leg in the second leg, home team in the second leg. We have the blue side and a black side of the coin this time round. Referee James will tell us who is which side.
The blue side is Manu, the black side is Obrun.
Okay, thank you, James. Take it away. That is the black side of the coin, which is Obrun, which means he'll be the home team in the second leg. And if it goes to extra time, you'll be the home team in the first leg, Manu. So this is it, guys. Time for the game, and it's my pleasure to hand you over to our casters for this one, Alex and Brandon.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Yes, here we go then. Finals day here at an E-World Cup. It might not be a championship Sunday, but it doesn't matter, Alex, because there is a lot of money on the line. 4 players left, 24 came and battled across 4 days. What a day we have planned.
Yeah, these players have made their way through to this final day, which that for itself is an achievement. But for them, it's now do or die. They have to come out and perform. Semi-final standing in the way, and who's going to put themselves into that final? I'm very excited for it, Brandon.
Yeah, well, as they rightly said, both were here last year in Copenhagen. One made a top 8 on the other side for Obrun, looking to go one step further in a top 4 in an E-World Cup. People don't realise, home, to qualify for an E-World Cup more than once in your career is an incredible achievement, let alone in back-to-back years, Alex.
Yeah, I think for people at home that maybe don't play to a competitive level, you can't really understand just how much these players are practicing every single day, the hours that they have to put in to get to this stage. To even qualify for these tournaments, as we said, is a mammoth of achievement in itself. But to do it back-to-back, which we see the man on your screen right now, Obrun, who has done that, yes, it's going to be a highlight of his career. But as he said, I got top 4 last year. He needs to go one step further, book himself a place in that final, and then possibly go all the way.
Absolutely. Look at the run that he's had in this tournament as well, Alex. The quarter-final against Anders Vergang, beating him 4 goals to 2, which was a mammoth of a task and a really difficult match for him. But then before that, we don't really talk enough about it, do we, Alex? Round of 16, he was 3-0 down in the first leg against Berkeley with 50 minutes on the clock. But Obrun came back into the tie, turned it on his head, won 5 goals to 4 in the 90th minute. I mean, that there is championship winning mentality.
It is, and Obrun has been delivering on that. And yes, you have that comeback against Berkay Lyon. I know Berkay was so upset with himself to not see that one through and find his way further into the knockouts. Obrun did that, and then on the other hand, you take out probably the tournament favourite in Anders Verjing. It just gives you that little bit of ability. We saw it yesterday with Mark Levin, taking out Emre Yilmaz as well. Sometimes you beat these players on the biggest stage and you know your quality, you know what you can deliver, but taking out a player like Anders, it just helps you raise up another notch or two.
So many storylines coming into this one as well, just from either team. Italy, I mean, they've never won a FIFA Interactive World Cup, a FIFAe World Cup. They've just never had that name, they've never had that mantle alongside them. Yes, you've had, as we said, the likes of Dagnolfs, Principes, Fabio Danuzos in past times that have had great runs and won silverware. But Obrun feels like he's that new wave of talent, and we sat there and said, why is he not talked about enough? And if we're being brutally honest, he's only ever won in Italy. He won in East Serie A, he's had good runs in that tournament alongside Danny Pitbull, who won the 2 other years that this competition run. For him, he wins this, or even get to a final. I think him even being here, I should say, Alex, changes the conversation. Top 4, 2 years in a row on the world stage.
It does, and Obrun is a player that has been putting in the reps on that European stage, on that world stage, and in his home place of Italy. And yes, like you said, not so far got any silverware outside of Italy, and it's a big chance for him. But on the opposite hand, Manu as well, a player that consistently over the last 24 months or so has just been there delivering, but again, just falling short ever so slightly when it comes to the E-World Cup this time last year. However, it's just a massive game, Brandon.
This is a ridiculous game. The biggest match of FIFA that these two would have ever played. Semi-final, leg 1 underway. You win this game, $150,000 guaranteed. Ridiculous money. Just for getting to this stage, we've already guaranteed 75k. Manu Bashir, one thing that we know about him, Alex, first leg performances in the knockout stages have been incredible. 6-0 win against Abu Makr in leg 1, 5-0 lead against RVP in his leg 1 in the quarter-finals. Obrun's going to have his work cut out to try and stop that.
Yeah, and if there's any player that's going to stop someone like Manu from doing what he can do in that attack, it is Obrun. I imagine Obrun's game plan will be for him to have the ball, take that time, look to maybe just ease into the game in the first 15-20 minutes, because the last thing you want to do is, like what we saw yesterday, is Manu go 1 or 2-0 up early doors.
40 goals so far in this competition he's registered. That is absolutely ridiculous, especially in the knockout stages, scoring 16 of them. He did worry us a little bit yesterday, and his coach after the game against RVP legend, where it was 5-0 up. If you haven't seen it, when you get a minute later, go back and watch yesterday's action. 5-0 up, the game went 5-5. Manu pulled himself through to win it 6-5 in the end. That could have been probably the biggest joke of all. Long ball forward, here's Manu Bashir, looks to build up his first real chance here in the semi-finals of this year's FIFAe World Cup. The biggest it's ever been, $1 million prize pool. So many shocks, so many upsets. As we said yesterday, what a day of FIFA it was.
Probably, in my eyes, the most entertaining day of FIFA esports history. There was goals, comebacks, nearly comebacks, upsets. It just delivered on every scale possible.
Obrun enjoying that switch of play, finds shapeshifter Wilfried Zaha. He was so good in the draft format in the last 2v2 tournaments. Milinkovic-Savic, how good's he been also? Forget Ruud Gullit for now, it's Milinkovic-Savic alongside Jude Bellingham as a midfield 2 pairing.
We spoke about him time and time again throughout this tournament. He allows you to press. His area of radius that he covers, he can intercept, he can tackle strong. And then the biggest threat of all, if you get him in that box for any sort of aerial challenge, he applies that pressure.
It's a 5-back to try and break down. Here's a chance, R9 could fall back kindly again, it will! Manu Bashir leads. The goal-scoring machine from the Netherlands continues that same fashion in a semi-final. You can argue it was a fortunate finish, but he won't care. Didn't need to be timed, Alex. It was right place, right time. R9 taking the lead.
Yeah, Manu very grateful there just to see the ball bounce back into his favour. It was Milinkovic-Savic who got that tackle in, but just not taking it away from R9. And we know time and time again, if you get that space, if it opens up on that angle, just take the shot, test the keeper. It's early doors in this game. Manu will just be saying any opportunities that may be a lower percentage chance, let's test the keeper. He did that and he gets rewarded with a goal.
Obrun looking for an instant reply. May not have scored. 41 goals in the tournament, but still respectable. 29 so far. In knockout play, he had a lot more tighter matches. 5-4 win, as we said, against Berkeley in the round of 16, and then the biggest one, the big confidence booster, Anders Vergang, knocking him out of the tournament. Again, defensively strong. Milinkovic-Savic looks to tease a power shot, which doesn't always have to mean you're going to be taking the shot, Alex. Sometimes it can just be a bit of bait.
Yeah, it's just about teeing it up. You know, it takes about a second or so in game for you to actually get that shot off. So you're playing mind games with the opponent. If they don't press you and come and apply that pressure, you can take the shot. If they do, though, you can look to cancel it, bait them defender out of position.
Hello, chance, surely Pele! Obrun back in the tie. And that chance there, I'll be honest, I thought he overworked it for a split second. He went for the extra skill move or ball roll, I believe it was. Just about had enough time and space. But we'll see again on the replay. Pele interchanging perfectly well with, I believe it was Milinkovic-Savic. Game on, 1-1.
Just a simple give and go, looking to move that ball quick, to catch Manu out, saying, have you got the ability to play a switch and read this 1-2 nice and easily? And Manu just isn't quite there. The goalkeeper comes out ever so slightly. Obrun, the hill to ball roll, taking out the ability to go across goal, in at that near post, all level.
What's so key about that goal, Alex, as well? The time between the goals. He's already straight back in the game.
Yeah, and you mentioned in the build-up to this about how it's been a different sort of Obrun. That win against Anders, look, if you go behind against Anders, or you have a tight game against Anders and you come out victorious on that, this next game against Manu, going 1-0 down won't faze Obrun. He knows what he's delivered yesterday, and it's about replicating that today. Manu had a very different story in his knockout games to get here to the semi-final. He scored goals, 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 and it was relatively easy for him, bar the comeback that nearly happened.
We see here from Manu. There's a free kick on the edge of the box. Doesn't need to take a direct shot there. And we'll play out from there. I mean, what's more surprising with these two, they've played loads of practice games against each other since they've been here across the last 3 weeks. Oh, Courtois out! Courtois out, his goal! Bellingham, power shot, why not? Oh, just goes wide. Very brave there, Courtois, coming a long way to try and be a sweeper keeper, but it just didn't quite work.
Yeah, Manu was really careful of just Davis bursting away, getting that one-on-one, because ultimately, if you get in that position, you walk it past the goalkeeper with that heel to ball roll. Trusted Courtois to come out, made a little bit of a meal of it. Obrun, though, saying, look, you're out of position. If he can just aim that perfect, Bellingham maybe with a chance to get it in. But a very difficult opportunity to take.
Last chance of the half, first leg hit in the semi-final. Manu Bashir with the last attack. Varane will panic and clear it. Does he give away a corner? No, he doesn't. We're going to half-time at 1-1. As expected, neck and net between these two. The point I wanted to say was, look, Obrun ranked 17th in Europe in those FGS rankings. Manu Bashir, 21. You wouldn't believe it, they've never matched in an FGS this year. Across all of them that they've played. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're both playing different leagues. East Serie A to the Eredivisie that Manu Bashir won this year. They've played practice games, but they've never played a competitive game, one at LAN, but more importantly online this year.
Yeah, when you mentioned there about LAN and online, you know, we saw it with Yuval, who was the #1 ranked player coming into the tournament from Europe, and there was conversations where it was, when you are #1 coming into it, playing online, it's very different to playing here at LAN. This just shows that both of these players, they can play online, and they can also prove themselves at the LAN tournament, which they've been doing over the last 2 years. But the fact that they've not matched up against each other once throughout those tournaments, as you get through into the knockout stages, it is quite astonishing, really.
The better stat I found, Alex, was that these two played... the last cash game that these two played was in a €1,000 FIFA tournament on FIFA 22, where I believe Manu won $683. Bit different this time, isn't it? Winner gets $150,000 in a semi-final of a FIFAe World Cup.
Yeah, just a little bit different from the time that they last played, where money was on the line between these two. And I'm sure, Brandon, they probably don't even remember that.
Probably don't. Probably even know it happened.
Because of the reps that they put in time and time again, playing in tournaments, getting friendlies in, division rivals, you name it, the hours that these players commit to get here on this stage.
And I think regardless of the result, as we get back on the way for the second half here, Pele, Manu trying to squeeze the one through, might get a second bite at it, back to Pele, it will fall, who will drive towards Obrun's goal. Virgil van Dijk, superb defending at the right time. The point I wanted to make was, regardless who goes through to this final, it's a massive bit of credit to both organisations, especially for Team Hullet, who look, each Champions League winner this year, Emre Yilmaz, runners-up in an E-Nations Cup, where, look at the players, all from Team Hullet. Top 4 in a E-World Cup, maybe even a top 2 or a world champion, depending on what happens here.
Yeah, regardless of how this pans out for Team Hullet, they're going to be so proud of the players that they've put on this season, but you say it time and time again, they fell just short in the E-Nations. To have Manu here in the remaining top 4, you just feel like it's surely not again. Please, please, can we make it through and lift that trophy? When you had that heartache only 5 days ago, Renzo and the team will not be wanting that again. Standing in the way, though, the Italian of Obrun, which right now, between both of them, just looking to settle their way in, find that rhythm, see who can give themselves the advantageous chance.
Kimi driving forward, Mbappe, step overs is nice. Virgil van Dijk again will be the anchor at the back for Obrun. Just continues to make things so difficult. See Obrun now, look at all the red shirts, bottom 4, those are the fullbacks. Getting involved in this one, Obrun, there's a step over into the exit. Rafa Varane this time will be the hero on the opposite side. I mean, both of those defenders are ridiculous, Alex. Both got a little promo upgrade in the recent weeks or months. Virgil van Dijk, Rafa Varane.
Yeah, both of the players are using their defence to an excellent ability, where when the opponent is getting onto that edge of the 18-yard box, we know the step overs, reverse elastico, heel to ball roll tends to be the go-to skill moves. So they're just standing up and they're just looking at the space and saying, okay, where do you want to go? Do you want to go left? And they're reading it right every single time. That means they're just not getting into those opportunities to try and get that shot off, test the goalkeeper, like what we saw for Manu's goal.
Referee to the pause, when did we go? The better question for you is a 5-4-1 against a 5-4-1. How does either player get the better of each other when, you're so organised defensively? You can obviously stay there and sit here and say, look, switch the ball from side to side, get the fullbacks involved. Is it that simple?
You have to really grind out the opponent when you're playing up against this 5-4-1, because if you can't hit them on the counter-attack, you essentially just have near enough 10 players behind that ball. So you work it out to your wing-backs who are sat up against that defensive line, and then it's about, okay, can we look to play the ball back and get in between the midfield and the defence, and then can we take our defenders on? If you can't do that, it's saying, okay, through balls, can we get down the line? Look to get in that byline position for the cutback. There's so many different avenues and opportunities, but it's more so about working the opponent time and time again and banking. Their player switches a little bit too late. They move a defender out in a way that they shouldn't. But when you get to this level, you really have to pull something out of the bag to try and get past two fantastic defenders.
We saw a perfect example of the fullbacks coming in there, as Obrun did win that free kick. Ball goes into the box, defended well on the first time of asking from Varane. Possession still falls back the way of the Italian. This is nice. The defending was better though. Have to be aggressive in the press just seconds after. Manu looking to cause havoc.
Obrun's showing why he's such a good defender. He might not score the most amount of goals, but his defensive display is excellent.
Oh, hello. Mbappe, chip the keeper. Surely. Gin. Obrun will take the lead in the game. It was a quick counter-attack. We speak about the 5-4-1. One thing it can offer you, Alex, is if you can get Mbappe in behind early doors, he's going to offer you pace, and he'll offer you a finish like that if you need it.
And it all comes from that defensive display, reading and stepping up with the lit, and then going, you've committed your numbers forward, now it's time for me to break. One little ball out to the wing, the through ball's in for Mbappe in behind, taking advantage of the high defensive line. Goalkeeper in no man's land. Has Obrun got the ice in the veins? He has indeed. Simple chip, all over.
As he passes the baton back over to Manu Bashir now, it's your turn to get back into this game. Defensively, as you say, you saw moments of that last week with Italy. That defensive style, that organisation that just leaks into their play style from when you have players like Danny Pitbull and Obrun in that team. Bellingham, back to Pele. One more, there's Paul Pogba. Oh, was there a cutback available? It was all a bit too quick. He timed the shot green, but the save was made.
Obrun's causing a lot of issues for Manu right now. Having that Milinkovic-Savic in the middle of the park, he's looking to trigger him to get into that box so many times to then say, hey, if you give me the room, I'm going to get that cross in. What that means is Manu's being aggressive and then giving up more space in the middle of the park for Obrun to get into between those defensive lines and look to take defenders on.
Speaking of getting in the lines, Mbappe thought about going down there for a split second. There was a bit of contact, but the animation didn't quite find its way through. Keep an eye on Alphonso Davies' run now on his left-hand side. Loads of space if they can try and get him in on the ball there. Pogba into Pele was the idea. Intercepted well. Possession again. Changes hands. Back he goes to Manu Bashir, who will look to try and use Hakimi. If anything, it'll just be bait to move a player out of position as he goes the opposite way to Klosterman.
Manu really just has to play for the last attack here. You can't afford to give Obrun one more chance going into the second leg. Just take your time and patient on the ball and work for that 90th minute and then try and grab an equaliser.
Big win back. Obrun should be going into the halfway point in between the two legs with a 2-1 advantage. The mentality that this player has, again, you cannot forget the amount of times he's been trailing in games. Still finds a way to win, a way to come back, and that will do us for the halfway point. Obrun does lead Manu Bashir by 2-1 there. Manu Bashir did take the lead, as we said, early into the game, but Obrun, again, can never write him out.
I think Obrun, I'm very impressed to see from that first half, going 1-0 down against Manu, knowing that he scored so many goals yesterday. Conversations maybe going in the head of, is this going to happen? But he didn't. He came back and he just made sure he had those chances and took them when they came random.
Yeah, well, here's the highlights from the game, as we said, Alex. It was 22 minutes on the clock, where R9 did get pretty fortunate, but look, you're in a semi-final, you're going to take every goal you can.
Yeah, you are, and it didn't affect Obrun. He came back very quickly in that 30th minute, just looking to spread that ball nice and wide, to change the tempo again. You see runners going through, and then a simple give and go. Varane commits to the animation, baiting the goalkeeper movement to go across the goal, heel to ball roll, excellent finish.
Well, this was the big one. Mbappe, so keep an eye on his runs on this back four that he was continuously trying to press. And to take the chip shot, which, especially this year, is so inconsistent at times, it feels like, Alex. But it's Mbappe. He's got to be finishing from there.
It is, and I think if Manu was to look back on that goal, there were so many defenders around Mbappe. I don't know whether Mbappe would have got caught. If you leave your goalkeeper on your line, he's then got to try and do something magical. He's got to get past those defenders with the skill move, step overs, for example. But because you committed your goalkeeper to come out, you just gave Obrun the chance to say, look, if you want to put it over me, have that go. And Mbappe can deliver.
And in another world, it could have actually been 3-1, because you remember Courtois came out chasing, very similar to what we just saw there. And it was Jude Bellingham that went for that power shot, was off target completely at the halfway point, as we said. He's the Italian that has got the slight advantage on the Dutch FIFA Pro Manu Bashir.
Yeah, he has got that advantage. And for Manu and Renzo, the coach that is there for Team Hullet, Manu in that booth, they're not going to be too disappointed. It's only 2-1. They know the capability that he has, as we see his heart rate on screen, sat at 117, which, to given what's on the line here, I'm relatively impressed with that.
I wish we saw it yesterday when he was 5-0 up and then went 5-5 against an RVP legend. That would have been probably through the roof. On the opposite side for Obrun. A couple of words being said around the booth. There's actually quite an interesting story about how Obrun got into FIFA esports. We'll see his heart rate now. He's pretty chill. Look, he's in a winning position. So Hollywood, as you know, is a content creator. Won Content Creator of the Year last year at the FIFAe Awards. The storyline, Alex, is remarkable. FIFA 21, Hollywood's in his chat was looking for subscribers to play against. You have to be Elite Division or Division 1 to play against him. Obrun challenged Hollywood to a game in his Twitch chat all that time ago. And then Hollywood went to Team Exceed and went, you got to sign this player. They signed him for his academy. 2 years on, look at what he's done. He's been an E-Serie A champion. He's made top 4s in an E-World Cup. And now he's in a top 4 again. Like, just to show that story and to show how much trust that was put into him, that's why Hollywood sits behind him and Matteo Riviera in that Exceed booth.
To add on to that as well, Hollywood, yeah, fantastic content creator, equally as good of a coach, obviously representing Exceed here as well as the national team with Italy. Anyone that knows Hollywood, he is always at the top of the list for most games played every year. He grinds the game, he plays the game to the highest level as well. For him to come along, challenge Hollywood, Obrun this is, and beat him, and then Hollywood to go, yeah, sign this guy, it just shows the class that Obrun has. And reasons why, top 4 last year, top 4 this year minimum, and maybe, just maybe, a spot in the grand final.
Well, he's 90 minutes away from that being a potential, as we said in the build-up between these two, that we've never seen them have a sort of a 1v1 battle in a competitive game that meant something like this. You know, not an FGS. They could have actually played in the Nations a couple of days ago, but Manu Bashir didn't feature in that fixture at all. It was Obrun that played alongside Danny Pitbull, and then he did get subbed out in the end. Italy, as we know, got a top 4 in that tournament. The Netherlands went on to a grand final where Manu Bashir got brought in at the worst time when Brazil were firing. He was thrown into the pit, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. And Brazil, with that comeback that they had, just the class that they provided. The Netherlands just falling short for trophy-ware in that season of the FIFA Nations. Manu finds himself in a position where plenty of FIFA to be played and opportunities will arise, and it's just about, has Manu got it in the ability, in that locker? Can he deliver on the moments against one of the best Italian players of recent years? There's 90 minutes to go, a second leg, 2-1 in favour of Obrun. All to play for.
Yeah, well, here we go. Head-to-head on. Game looks like it's near enough ready to go for the second leg here. Winner goes into a grand final where they will be facing either PHZ or Mark 11. The Aussie that, against all odds, is continued to keep on providing the storyline. Top 4 finish, the most successful Aussie story we've seen at an E-World Cup. Keep that in mind. If he went to go and win it today, what an unpredictable story that one would be.
I think as well, for Mark 11, as we have that semi-final after this one, Footwiz said, yes, we're going to pick you up, we're going to sign you, and what a time for him to just deliver on the biggest stage with that top 4 guaranteed. Footwiz are going to be over the moon with that, but still wanting more and more from the Australian.
And you can't argue, it's been a long time coming for that organisation, invested a lot of money into Oceania and the UK FIFA scene also. E-Club World Cup, they reaped their rewards there with a grand final. E for the Knicks now. This time round, over to the E-World Cup. Back on the way we are. And Obrun showing us what to expect from that man, Milinkovic-Savic, who was clutch for him yesterday in the round of 16. Was scored a lot of goals like that. I mean, if you look at the goals that he scored against Anders Vergang, Alex, very similar. German cross, German teed up cross, we call it, when you basically just get your midfielder, your central midfielder, to make a dart and run into the box. A flick on, a finish. You saw it just there.
I think Obrun's going to be really disappointed with that header. Header's a manual on FIFA, which means where you aim your left analog stick is where the ball goes 99% of the time. He scores goals like that for fun. He's going to be very disappointed to see that one go wide of the post.
Bruyne and Mbappe, here's Manu short. No way through.
Chance to break.
Loads of room on the opposite side of the pitch, we must add. Alphonso Davies, R9 queuing up. Mbappe does get pushed out to this wide position. Is he onside, R9? No, he's not. It looked too good to be true.
Obrun's ability, when he does feed that ball in between the midfield and the defence, he can trigger so many different runners. It just causes havoc in the opponent's defensive Manu to say, who do I cover, who do I track?
Davies back to Pele. This could be nice for Manu Bashir, De Bruyne, Mbappe, Obrun, right place, right time again. It's a case of getting in the right areas, Alex, but the defending, the timing of the tackles, the animations have just been on point.
Obrun switches to his defenders that are there ready to stand up that attacker to just get a tackle, a block, an interception so quickly and so precisely. He doesn't mess up these player switches. He's not going to a wrong player, which just gives you so much confidence every time Manu gets in that attack.
There's that cross. It's Jude Bellingham this time. Looking for a cross into the box, wasn't used. Look at the space that Alphonso Davies has on the opposite side of the pitch. It looks like Zaha. There's the ball in the box again. Courtois is a little bit questionable at the moment. He's a bit too keen, isn't he? He's coming off his line and he nearly got lobbed there.
And he's trying to find a way to stop these crosses. You have multiple options. It's put pressure on the ball holder to stop the cross altogether, stay with the runner, but there's multiple runners, or bring the goalkeeper out early.
Chance to counter-attack it. Mbappe off the post! So close to finding an equaliser in the tie with a perfect counter-attack.
Something straight out the textbook for Manu. So precise on that counter-attack, the speed and the momentum that he had going forward for that. I love the fact that he took that strike early, not giving the defenders any chance to get a block in. Green time, woodwork stands strong though for Obrun, who will be very, very grateful to still have this lead.
Well, one thing that we should say, which we didn't highlight earlier, no Milinkovic-Savic in the midfield. Was he along the back line? I don't think he is.
No, he's not there on the team of Manu Bashir. A player which you would imagine to see come on later on in the game, should Manu still be chasing, or even looking to see how to lead. He can do both ends.
It's like a back line of De Ligt coming in there alongside Rafael Varane. Virgil van Dijk is sort of like a central midfielder. I mean, his shapeshifter item did come out as a midfielder. Zaha finds Mbappe. Obrun looking for another one. Last-ditch tackle from De Ligt, proving why he's in this team.
Yeah, I think we've seen a tactical change over from Manu, who was matching Obrun in that 5-4-1. He's now switched into that 4-4-2 or 4-3-2-1 to give himself more of an ability to look to hit on the counter, isolate the three centre-backs and really try and cause havoc for Obrun. On the other hand though, if Obrun gets the space like he has here, he's going to have all the time in the world.
Fortunate enough, Zaha was offside there, but it's a great point, isn't it? He's going to continuously look to stretch that back line. There's the run into the box from Virgil van Dijk, who will look to knock that down to R9 or Mbappe. There's the space on the opposite side where he's committing these fullbacks forward. Does get fortunate that time. De Bruyne, back to Pele. There's the step over exit. All De Ligt just about stop Pele from firing in at goal.
Obrun's game plan now is just about get out of this press, which Manu is applying, much more aggressive. He's trying to win the ball high up the pitch to allow himself to be on that front foot. If Obrun can beat that, he is just going to find himself having a bit more time, a little bit more room to work angles and opportunities that he has. Manu, on the other hand, though, is certainly taking the game to Obrun.
Last chance of the half. Will fall the way of the Italian by the looks of it. When you see a centre midfielder running, that's when you need to panic. You saw one there. Half the time he doesn't even use it. It's just more of a bait, a tactic. There's another run. Milinkovic-Savic, one more pass into R9. Big tackle. So many moments as we go into half-time. Still only 1 goal in the game, but you break down that last 45 minutes there, Alex. Manu hits the post on the counter-attack. That was the only real chance that he was able to create in that 45. On the opposite side, if the manual header looks a bit better from Obrun, it could be a different story. This could be a completely different game.
It could do, and ultimately the players, when they've had those opportunities, haven't found the back of the net, so we keep it where it is at 2-1. Let's go ahead and take a look at those chances that we were speaking about early on. Obrun sends Milinkovic-Savic. It's a chance where we maybe could knock it down, just has to do better if you're taking that header on that first time. And then Manu came back, he was quick, he was direct, green time, and just goalkeeper comes out, he makes himself big, he makes it hard for the attacker. But a brilliant opportunity for Manu.
You got to feel Mbappe timing it green in the box. You're talking the tiniest of margins, and that somehow does not go in.
It is the tiniest of margins, but in those sort of scenarios, yes, you've greened it, you've done everything right, but the goalkeeper comes out, he makes himself big, tall, he closes the angle down quickly, and the angle that you take that shot on with Mbappe, you do have that time every now and then where you take that shot 10 times, that might go in 7. Unfortunately, that was one of the 3.
Underway we are, last 45 minutes from finding our first grand finalist for this year's FIFAe World Cup. $150,000 guaranteed and a top 2 finish. Here's Virgil van Dijk again. It's all time green, but there's just red shirts in the way. Look how compact that is for Obrun. Just saw about 2 in-game seconds there. A wall of 10 players saying, look, just break us down. Is Manu going to be able to do that? Maybe he will be able to. There's the step overs, look pretty. Finds Mbappe. The combinations are silky from the Dutchman. Back to De Bruyne. Reverse elastico. Big block again.
There's a little bit of panic there from Obrun with Van Dijk. He lunged in. He thought Manu was going to look for that shot earlier. He turned back in and Van Dijk just recovered so quick from that tackle that Manu unfortunately sees that one bounce back into the possession of Obrun.
This could be a tight call for the lino to make. He is on side, he says. Mbappe, where's his options now? Obrun looking to bring in the fullback. There's Pele. He tries to thread through the wobble pass into R9. We're just trying to play Alex in these tiny little pockets of space, which just on this day aren't available when you've got a back 5 on the side of Obrun that is just so compact. He had success a second ago, did Manu in this area. Cutting him from the right, causing an overload. Bellingham, Van Dijk again, proving his worth.
It's a defensive masterclass right now from Obrun. You're talking about compact and how many numbers are there. This isn't just something that's happening for him without him meaning it. He is player switching quickly, precisely. He's moving and manipulating players into the position of where he wants.
Hello, that's a massive win. Find the ball to R9. Pele, R9 on his own. Oh, completely off target. And how big of a chance may that be come the end of this match?
Obrun living on the edge, looking to play out. The press from Manu was there. He was aggressive on that front foot, knowing with a change of formation, in that 4-3-2-1, you can try and catch the opponent out as they look to switch the ball, maybe dawdle on it ever so slightly with those centre-backs. He got that, R9 inside the 18-yard box. Just another chance that goes begging. Again, the time, the turn, no green time finish. I still think R9 should do better there.
But it's one of those moments, isn't it, where you know you've got literally seconds, haven't you, before Obrun pulls the 5 defenders back. You were just saying how good defensively he was. Next, you know, one bad pass and you can see that the heart rate has got a little bit higher from Obrun, which is understandable when he nearly gave away a 2-1 lead.
I think my heart rate would be about 180 from seeing that chance just go wide. But yes, defensively, great. But those are the moments that you just can't afford to give up. You can't hand over possession to a player of Manu's ability in that sort of area because he will generate chances. He will make it so difficult. You mentioned about how it's so compact. There's so many numbers there. Defensive width, 25. 1 attacking width.
Do you see that? 1.
I don't need to be Italian to understand that. Just the number alone is enough for me.
On the other side for Manu with players feeling the same, you can understand. Heart rate of 130. I'm sure that will go up as the pressure continues to build. Obrun just under 13 game minutes away from going one step further than he did last year. And he'll be one win away from being world champion. Manu, though, will not make this easy for the Italian with the last 25 minutes to be played. And we're looking for a comeback. Virgil van Dijk, it bounced off his body like it has many times. Fortunate enough, that one bounced back to the goalkeeper. Plays out so well.
Milinkovic-Savic is on now for Manu from centre-back by the looks of it. So I imagine that set-piece outlet more than anything, and looking to try and deal with the opposite side of Milinkovic-Savic. Maybe the occasional German for that man, but it's a bit more risky when playing from centre-back.
Mbappe showing what he could do as a right midfielder in this 5-4-1. Mbappe knocked down. Oh no, Van Dijk. It was offside anyway, but still, he's everywhere.
Way this goes, Obrun will be getting a cardboard cutout of Virgil van Dijk in his room to remember him.
There might be a winner here. Player lock. Back to Pele off the woodwork. Maybe this game is starting to come to life now in the closing stages. Time for Manu to break down Obrun. So many shots. Mbappe into all-nine. Game on. He was knocking and knocking on the door, waiting for an answer. Constant change of tactics, and those tactical changes have brought him back into this tie.
Tactical changes brought him back in, indeed. It comes from moving that ball with speed, with tempo, and direct into that 18-yard box. Then it's about, can we look to link up? Any quick 1-2s, any quick movement from those attackers. R9 receiving the layoff and then doing what he did in that first half of the first leg. No hesitation, just get that shot off. Goalkeeper movement from Obrun, going to that other side, the low-driven near post. Game on.
I don't know what happened in those last 5 minutes, Alex, but everything happened by the looks of it. Hit the woodwork, there was a goal, and back to you, Obrun, now. Manu looking to be aggressive as ever.
I've got nervous for Obrun then.
I was about to say, he's done a very good job of keeping this as low scoring as it has been as Obrun. Player that scored 42 goals in this tournament as it stands right now. There's one of the changes. Renato Sanchez will also come on just to freshen up the midfield for Manu. As you pointed out as well, Milinkovic-Savic won't be afraid to add his height into the conversation from a set piece if need be. This is clutch moments now that you work all year long for. Thousands of games of FIFA. For one chance like this. Ousmane Dembele finds Mbappe. Keeper comes out. And breathe. Obrun. Hollywood, I'm sure, will be saying. Look at the space on the opposite side of the map right now. Alphonso Davies. So much time. Will it make it all the way around to him? No, not this time. We'll go back the other way, potentially. Brave pass from Van Dijk, cuts it open. "89 minutes near enough on the clock here." That's a terrible bounce back of Milinkovic-Savic. Will it be saved by Zaha? Yes, it will. Obrun, last attack of the game. Or are we on our way to extra time in our first semi-final where you are brave now? Two attackers who's chasing you down. Has to go forward. It's extra time. Went way too far back there, but I don't blame him. He had Mbappe and R9 just breathing down the back of his neck, chasing him. 180 minutes, not enough to separate these two. We need 30 more minutes, Alex.
Yeah, it's smart from Obrun there, knowing a place in the grand final awaits one of these players. $150,000 as well. There's no point trying to dink it over both of those players with that double press that you saw. Play it safe, go back. Look, it goes to extra time. there's nothing to settle these two right now.
Manu sure on his side of things. Fair play for keeping the mental side of the game. I'm sure we've all been there at a very casual FIFA level, not like this where you just can't find a way through, can you? There's his heart rate going through the roof. The patience, safe to say, paid off for him.
The patience did pay off, and whether this was their game plan going into it or whether Renzo had that conversation, during after that first leg and saying we need to change things up. The 5-4-1 versus the 5-4-1 says, Manu, I'm going to look to replicate what Obrun does. And to do that against Obrun is so difficult. Changing into that 4-3-2-1, it defends in a 4-4-2, but it allows you to press higher up the pitch, put that pressure on the opponent, but also hit on the counter. Try and cause havoc when those wing-backs sit high up the pitch. And that's exactly what Manu has done, and it's how he's found so much more joy against a Brazilian Obrun.
Come the way. First 15 of the added time. Obrun looking to find a way through. There's a clever pass from Milinkovic-Savic. On the opposite side, Milinkovic-Savic showing his defensive abilities.
Yeah, a few wayward passes there from Manu. Obrun trying to force it through though. Not rewarded for it.
Seen it before. I'm sure we'll see it again today. I've got a feeling maybe penalties from one of our matches. Last year's World Cup was decided on the penalty shootout. Bit different though when it's a $250,000. What ball that is, by the way. A bit unconventional. Here's Paul Pogba. One more pass. Ball roll inside. And it's in. Obrun making us all second guess there where he was going if he was going to pass the ball. Pogba. 100 minutes on the clock. Back over to you it goes, Manu Bashir. 20 minutes to keep yourself in this game.
An interesting battle there between Pogba and Milinkovic-Savic. They both come off the bench, which means they have no chemistry-style boost on them, so it's their raw stats on their item. And it was Pogba that won that battle. He just shouldered off the 6'8" giant in the middle and said, no, I'm going to have this, I'm going to drive, and then it's a 2v1 scenario. He holds his nerve, doesn't look for the layoff, ball roll, scoop turn, reads the goalkeeper movement, unorthodox from Pogba with the finish, doesn't matter, fires himself into the lead.
So many components there in that goal, Alex. I mean, look, first and foremost, you're baiting to pass the ball from Pogba. Secondly, you're waiting for the goalkeeper movement, which the skill move allowed as well to exit, and then you're guessing which way to finish. He's finessed it into the left-hand side of the goal where Courtois teased to go the other way, went back, but just didn't have enough reach. So many things to think about there in milliseconds.
And that is competitive FIFA at the highest level. That is what separates these players from everyone else. The ability to think about these micro movements in the game and get that decision right in the moment when you need it most.
Last chance of the first half in extra time. Manu Bashir will have that chance again. Can he find an equaliser? There it is, Virgil van Dijk! You just cannot keep this man out! 3-3, we go again!
He teed that run very quickly, discreetly. Obrun didn't see it till the last minute. You saw the little advantage in the top right. I think Obrun thought Van Dijk had just gone offside. It wasn't. It was for the foul that Obrun committed on that ball holder. He realised, Van Dijk, I'm not going to get there. I've got to try and stop the cross in the tracks. Doesn't do it. And then Manu delivers straight into the back of the net with a very difficult header. A header which we saw Obrun, different angle, but we saw Obrun miss one, which was very similar.
If you look at all the goals that were in this game, ignore the R9 one, the first one, the first leg. Everything else, Alex, is just top level FIFA gameplay. Just manipulating your opponent in so many ways. Just thinking at such a different level there. I mean, the timing of that one, I thought he was offside for a split second too until I heard the referee blow again for a kickoff. Here we go.
That one is definitely offside.
Definitely. Klosterman, bit too keen off the mark. 15 minutes left to find one of the names in the grand final this year for the FIFAe World Cup. 6 goals, we still can't separate them. Maybe we might just need penalties. Percek comes on the pitch to shake things up. Milinkovic-Savic and Percek could be the difference of sending one of these players into a grand final, $150,000, Richard.
I thought Kosu took over the controller for Obrun for a minute ago. Finland using that so much in the FIFA E-Nations. Obrun looking to replicate.
Can't honestly begin to imagine how these two are feeling. So much pressure. Just getting everything right, every button configuration, every skill move combination. Are we going to see it here? Obrun, Hakimi somehow comes out on top of that one. It's panic stations at the back. Manu Bashir does well to just compose himself enough. Penalties.
It's looking that way, Brandon. It is looking that way.
Manu Bashir. Show us a moment of magic from a very, very special player who's going to have the last attack of the game here. Added time, Klosterman goes forward with a ridiculous run. Should be 2 hands on it from the goalkeeper. There won't be enough time to get this ball forward. It needs to pass the halfway line. It will not. Penalty shootout to decide a spot in this year's FIFAe World Cup Grand Final. Up steps Percek. First and foremost for Obrun, who misses from the mark. Paul Pogba to give Manu Bashir the slight advantage here. Which way will he go? Saved!
Up steps Obrun in that second penalty. Pogba with the longest run-up in the game. Can he rectify after that first miss? Top right, calm as you like. Back over to Manu, who needs to score to go level. Mbappe down the middle.
Back over it goes. Third penalty in for Mbappe. Does score this time. The baton is passed back over to Manu Bashir with Ousmane Dembele. Into round 4 we go.
Story of the middle throughout this penalty shootout. Virgil van Dijk, top left, saved. Not all too top left. Easy enough for the goalkeeper. Over to R9, saved again.
Round 5. Milinkovic-Savic for Obrun. Manu Bashir, you score, and you're in the grand final of the FIFAe World Cup. He does score. Manu Bashir, top 2 guaranteed on the biggest FIFA stage of them all. It's heartbreak again for Obrun at the dreaded penalty spot. Manu Bashir is in a grand final for $300,000. And for Italy, Alex, the wait looms large again. Will they have a FIFA World Champion? They might have to wait again for another year.
As we see there, Obrun, the Italian, knocked out, and what it means to him. Back-to-back top 4 finishes, to come that close to a grand final 2 years in a row is going to hurt. But right now, it's all about that man.
Let's hear how he's feeling. Spencer's speaking to the grand finalist, Manu Bashir now.
Manu, you're in the FIFAe World Cup final. How does it feel?
It doesn't feel real, to be honest. I felt so relaxed playing. Like, I don't know why. Like, apart from the first, but especially the second leg, I felt like so on my own ease, and I felt like I was calm, and I had the confidence to come back in the game, and I did it. I won in the end, a bit lucky on penalties, of course, but I think my mental resilience to keep into the game, keep believe that I could come back, gave me this victory.
You say you were calm. We saw your heart rate during the penalty shootout up to 160. Obrun's was around 140. So, I mean, it's important that you felt calm, because clearly it helped you in the penalties. But you also, like, in the moment of penalties, it's got to be very stressful as well, right?
Yeah, with being calm, I excluded the penalty part, of course, because that's like lottery. But I think, like, the actual game, I felt relaxed. I felt like I could win it, and I did in the end. I stuck into the game, got it to penalties two times, like being behind, came back. Penalties, I had the confidence like already in extra time that if it comes to penalties, I think I'm going to win.
I think we can see that calmness in the way you played the game as well. I think we handled it really well. Into the final, $150,000 guaranteed. You could double it with a win. You're going to face the winner of PH Zin versus Mark. Now, I don't want to put words in your mouth here, but are you liking the idea of a potential revenge against a certain Brazilian?
Of course, yeah, that's the ultimate dream if I can win it. But in the end, I just hope I can win it, and against who, I don't care. Yeah, of course, GG's to Obrun, I forgot to mention, because he's an incredible player and his consistency is one of the best for me, like for sure top 5 over the last 2 years, because he's been in back-to-back World Cup finals, World Cup semi-finals, and in E-Nation back-to-back semi-finals. So for me, he's a big player and doesn't get the recognition he deserves. Yeah, for now I'm happy. I hope I can win the final, doesn't matter against who, and I can lift the trophy after last week's heartbreak.
Yeah, it would be an incredible moment of catharsis for you if you were able to do that after only, 4 or 5 days ago, losing that final to the Brazilians. Would it be a big moment for you and your team? Let's talk about Team Hullet, let's talk about the Netherlands, the country you represent as well, like to win on this scale.
Yeah, of course, Team Hullet has been working since FIFA 18 to develop talents and to scout them at a young age. And you're seeing now with me at the World Cup now in the final. Last year Emmer was in the semi-final, Levi, they won the Tots Cup. Olle won a FUT Cup. So like, I feel like this would be like the ultimate reward for their work. The World Cup, like the 1v1 World Cup, would be like the ultimate reward for Team Hullet, and I hope I can deliver them that.
Okay, well, good luck, my friend. You can watch the other semi-final, maybe relax a little bit now. We're going to have a quick chat with Obrun if we can. I know it's a difficult time for him. Obrun, sorry to come and talk to you now, but I'd love to hear from you after that game.
I don't know how to say. I'm so sad because I think that I deserve that match. Not like last year, because last year I say GG's to Nicolas because he deserved that. But I think that maybe this time was my time, was my match, but lost at penalties. So I don't know how to say.
It's a cruel way to lose, isn't it? It seems harsh to say, have you got any regrets? Because penalties are a gamble, but is there anything you could have done differently in the game?
Yeah, maybe when I shoot with Pelé, I had to do the timed green. I try, but I do the white timed. It's hard now to know how can I do in some situation. In that moment, I don't see anything because I didn't expect to lose this game.
Well, listen, I know it hurts now, but I'm sure I can say on behalf of everyone what an incredible competitor you've been this year, qualifying for all 3 events, getting as far as you can, getting out the group stage every single time. It's really, really incredible, and we know we'll see you back here again next time. So all the best, my friend.
Thank you.
Okay, so Obrun leaves the tournament. Manu Bashir goes through to the final. The question is, who's he going to be playing? We need to do another semi-final.
We do indeed, Sven. Thanks for those interviews. As always, boys, I want to bring you in on this, though. Obviously, asked that question to Obrun there. Kind of, it's quite early to reflect on what he thinks he could have done differently. But, Rich, possibly that moment in the second leg, it was about 6 minutes there when he just kind of went wide and everyone was saying it should have gone in. Was that the moment?
Me personally, no. I don't think he can look back with any regrets. He's lost in a penalty shootout against a player who also scored 16 goals before this game. Like, he didn't get blown away. He didn't get demolished by Manu Bashir. Maybe the only regret is that he was leading for such a long period and he let Manu back in the game, but that's always going to happen with FIFA 23 and the press tactics that you can put up. So, no, I don't think he can look in regret, look back in disappointment. Obviously, going out right now will sting, but what a competitor. Back-to-back E-World Cup semi-finals. The consistency he's shown is unbelievable, and as Manu said, should be in that conversation as top 5 over the last 2 years.
It's much harder, Mike, isn't it, when it's so close? Last year he was defeated 3-1 by Nicolas at this very stage. Penalties is a hard pill to swallow.
That's kind of what he was stressing in the interview there with Spence, was saying that this felt like he did enough. He put himself in a position, you were leading. When I review the gameplay, it's pretty even. Even with Manu there, he had a couple chances as well. He had one that hit the post. You could go back and revisit those opportunities. I would argue maybe the biggest misplay from Obrun, he had a breakthrough that I think he should have passed, and he took a shot. It would have been a chance to square it and also extend his lead by 2 goals, and maybe put somebody under pressure.
It's the exact game where both players think they've done enough to win.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. Like, if you talk to either of them, they said, hey, we did enough, but it comes down to those key moments, the way the ball bounces, and it comes down to penalty kicks. It's a great season from Obrun, and he should hold his head high, especially with the consistency the last 2 years. People don't do that. We're talking semifinals, back-to-back E-Nations, semifinals, back-to-back E-World Cups. Congratulations.
Well, Manu even said that he maybe doesn't get the respect that he deserves. That's Obrun, of course. But Manu has gone from a quarter-finalist Aggie last year to a grand finalist this year. Let's have a look at how he did it as well. Aggie and Mike, your thoughts on these highlights, if you please.
Yeah, so Obrun was in the leading seat for a long period of both matches, but Manu Bachor just managed to come back here after switching to a more offensive style, going to the 3-4-1-2. Then Obrun just responded again here. We see the guessing game with the goalkeeper movement, but Obrun picks the right one. And this was the deciding moment for me, that Obrun wasn't capable of just holding out that lead for a longer time, because the instant response here from Manu Bachor just gave him that belief that he could still go on and win this match. And then we came down to the penalties.
And that's really the issue there, is that Obrun didn't make it sit with Manu Bachor a little bit. Sometimes pressure gets to you, you're limiting opportunities. You get an instant response, an instant rebuttal, beautiful cross, mistimed offside trap as well that made that a little bit easier on the finish. That's a bit of an error, and something that Obrun really hasn't done throughout his competitive history. He's so good at being able to set up shop and close out matches and handle that game management, handle those big moments.
And I thought the fact that he was in the same position last year, maybe it would have given him the edge, but it isn't to be. Manu Bachor goes through as our first grand finalist. Obviously, he was here only a couple of days ago, like Sven said, in this same position with the Brazilians. Who's going to join him? Is it going to be a Brazilian or an Aussie? We're about to find out, of course. Guys, let's just have a quick chat about this second semi-finalist then as well. We've got about a minute until the players come out, so a couple of questions for you. Let's just talk about PH Zin. All the titles he has got under his belt. Is he ready to add a world individual championship?
I don't think there's a player in better form. We look at the previous competition with the E-Nations, back-to-back champions there, what he's accomplished with Ajax. He's won at E-Libertadores, got to the finals this year, which he's probably disappointed by, and now he's knocking on the door of making that big stamp of approval. I did a foot of approval, I guess. But he's right there. He's on the cusp of just having, I would argue, the greatest FIFA season of all time if you're able to get 2 majors in 1 year. It just hasn't happened before.
Mark then as well, possibly the pressure off, because PH Zin was a world champion a couple of days ago, back-to-back defending that title. He's probably everyone's favourite.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to see that upset with Mark going to the final and potentially winning it. I mean, it wouldn't be the biggest surprise because he already knocked out some big names and proved his worth here being for all the 3 majors. And I think he's the second Australian player to actually reach a semi-final. We had a similar one called Mark back in 2011. So he definitely has the chance, but he's up against what I would say is the favorite now to win the entire thing. And the things we saw from the PH Zin yesterday, it was Samba in the box, Stingray were just moving the goalkeeper like yeah, it was crazy to watch from here.
And Rich as well, Mark has worked on his own the entire year until this point, which is something special, to put all that hard work in behind the scenes without a big team and community and coach behind him.
Yeah, I think you probably look at that as well, and he was just waiting for the right team. And I think he's found it right now. He looks at home, the way that he is around with footways and just that entire camp, I think he's in a really good place.
Quick question as well. He tweeted out, almost the biggest choke in history yesterday against Yilmaz. Almost. It didn't happen, but it would have been, wouldn't it?
It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, nobody's going to remember that game as the years go on, just that he got the result. We never go down to some of those details or intricacies. Maybe sometimes in a final, but generally speaking, we have so much FIFA that's on display. We just know who won, who lost, and not always how it went down. So for him, good for him. It's a great position to be in. He got the job done, upset Yilmaz. He's been able to carry that momentum. He looked fantastic in the follow-up game versus Montaxer.
I mean, the Aussies always have that great sense of humour, don't they? And he tweeted that one, which I did enjoy. Well, this is the semi-final then. PH Zin having a couple of looks at his statistics there, but this is where They get to go and take their seats, and in typical PH Zin fashion, he drapes that Brazilian flag over his chair as well. You can just see Mark's console next to his. They really do play in close proximity to each other here. The Brazilians, again, PH Zin has been in this situation before. He knows exactly what it takes, whereas this is unknown territory for Mark 11. This, though, is our second semi-final here at the FIFAe World Cup, and the teams and the players are ready.
Yes, thank you, Rachel. It's time to find out who's taking that final spot in the FIFAe World Cup Grand Final to take on Manu Bashir, who awaits to find out his opponent. Please join me in introducing our first semi-finalist for this game to the stage. It is, of course, the Brazilian PH Zin. The man representing Ajax Brazil is no stranger to World Championships. He's already got 2 of them, including the one he picked up less than a week ago on this very stage with Brazil at the E-Nations. Can he do something unprecedented and win back-to-back E-World Cups? We're going to find out shortly. Welcome to the stage. Going up against PH Zin is a man from down under who goes by the name of Mark 11. Well, what a performance we've seen from this man, not just in this tournament, but back-to-back-to-back. 3 tournaments in a row here in Saudi Arabia. He's made it out the group, but this is the one that he's really making a splash in as an individual player. Very impressive thus far. I'm going to have a quick word with 2 gentlemen here before we do the coin toss. Starting off with you, PH Zin. You're a multiple world champion. This is a chance to win one as an individual player, 1v1. Would it be the most important one yet for you if you win?
Yeah, for me, this is one big dream in my career, and I think I can do this. And yeah, the last tournament I won the nations, but now it's time to focus to the semi-final first, and maybe one final. And I'm very confident. I am ready, and yeah, let's see.
Best of luck to you, my friend. Mark 11 now. Number 1 ranked in Oceania. You're going up against the man number 1 ranked in South America. Would it be fair to say that traditionally your region is not given the same respect as other regions, and this is actually a massive chance for you to change that forever?
Yeah, I think me already coming top 4 World Cup just shows that we are capable of competing with the best players. I beat Emre Yilmaz, ACL winner Montaxo, who's been at the top for a long time too.
And as we've talked about many times, you've avoided being grouped to every single situation, but this is much more than that now. You're in touching distance of that trophy. Do you believe you can win these 2 games and seal the deal?
Yeah, obviously believe it too. I'm just happy to be here. Top 4 is already a massive achievement. I'm versing probably the most informed player in the world right now, so all the pressure's on him, not me.
Okay, Mark saying all the pressure on PH Zin. Let's do our quick coin toss now to find out who will have home advantage in the second leg. James, we have a blue side of the coin and a black side of the coin. Who is which side?
Blue side is PH Zin, black side is Mark 11.
Okay, thank you very much. Take it away. That is the black side of the coin, which means Mark will be the home team in the second leg. PH Zin, you'll be the home team in the first leg. Best of luck, gentlemen. Now it's time to join our casters for this one. Take it away, gentlemen. It's Mike and Richard for this one.
Certainly is, Spain. It's a big game, and what a moment for both of these 2 players. PH Zin looking to cap off what would be the highlight career maybe of the entire FIFA esports season.
Name a better season that
I've
someone's
got
had. Okay.
Text FIFA 19.
Because he doesn't have the E-World Cup, because he doesn't have a big major out of the back end of that.
He won the Club World Cup.
Yeah, I think he needs the 1v1 to I'm okay with that argument. I'm okay with it.
We can debate that another time.
I'll allow it. I just feel like we've never seen the 2 majors in 1 year, and that has to go down. Not only has a historic, but iconic, difference-making, massive for the career path, massive for Brazil as well. When you look at PH Zin, making that move over to Ajax. And then I saw some gamemanship as well from Mark in that interview saying there's no pressure on him. Everything's about PH Zin here. Can he get the job done against me? To a certain degree. Kind of teased that out there.
As you see, PH Zin just making himself at home in his booth on the other side of the stage. Mark 11 from Australia. We have to talk about this player because he's done a remarkable achievement in making all 3 World Cups. He's got out the groups at all 3 World Cups as well. But this is the 1v1 E-World Cup, where he's made a dint in the knockouts. And especially when you look at his individual games, Emre Yilmaz, a remarkable match. Emre started making the comeback. Mark picked him to the post. In the quarterfinals, all the games were end-to-end. Cruises through, 3-0 against Montaxa.
And that's the precursor statement that I made. Are we going to see an Aussie make a serious run? Not just get out of the group stage and then lose in the round of 16, which has been something that's been reoccurring over many years of competitive esports. This is the first time that we had a player in this type of position. I actually feel that Mark can go on and get himself into a final as well. If he's able to replicate what he showcased in that first leg, I'm really stuck on that first leg versus Emre Yilmaz. And it's not just the score lines or what he showcased, but the confidence, the composure against the type of opposition, and some of the intricacies, the details on the biggest of stages, the bright lights, everybody's here, all eyes on you. Did not hesitate, lived up to the hype, and we had all the drama.
Both these two players.
Is that a real heart rate?
It is.
85.
He's cool.
I don't think it's my resting heart rate. I think I'm higher than that.
He's cool under pressure.
Are you kidding me? Can we do a check on this? Double. What's Mark on? 85. About to play the biggest match of your life, arguably.
Fist bumps all round. I don't think we're too far away from getting into our second semi-final. Manu Bashaw from Team Hullet awaits one of these 2 gladiators, and they're stepping into the biggest game of their 1v1 FIFA career. Will it be a back-to-back final for the Brazilian? Will Mark 11 do something historic? So PH Zin from left to right in that Ajax strip, and from right to left in the footwiz kit will be the Aussie Mark 11.
Also, congratulations to Mark. When you're coming from Australia, I would say the pinnacle in terms of signing from organizations and clubs and teams that are shopping that market, FUTWIZ has to be the go-to.
He's actually not been back to Australia. I was chatting to him in about 8 weeks. He's been in Europe. He came over early for the playoffs. He's been in around Team FUTWIZ for a little while and just sort of making himself at home as he looks to make himself at home in the semi-final.
Clever usage of the player lock. Of course, a new feature in FIFA. Allows you to move multiple players simultaneously. It's really only taken advantage of or maximized at the highest degree, the highest level. It's got to be said.
As soon as I go into FUT Champs and I see someone doing a player lock, I know I'm in for a game. Lean forward. Because this guy who I'm playing against is going to be serious. PH Zin looking to open up the deadlock. Nice ball heel to heel, but Mark 11 got bodies back to defend. Short corner. What does Jude Bellingham have in the locker? Finds its way back to Bellingham. Nice 1-2 with Pele, but Mark not biting on anything in around the box and defends well.
Thought we might even get outside of the box effort there. Finesse shot angle had opened up. Looks for the dump off, the drop off. Goes for the higher percentage exchange. Sometimes you just want to put out a feeler though. It's still early in the first leg.
You see the first leg being huge in terms of the victory. I mean, it weren't too big of a sort of indicator of who was going to win in the previous semi-final, but we were commentating some of those round of 16 games yesterday where 5-6 goal swings going into the second leg of action.
Not expecting that type of offensive just onslaught, that type of material at this moment, not in the semifinals. I think what we saw yesterday was an anomaly in terms of the amount of goals being scored.
Which great work there from Mark. He's dancing around the box. It was lovely play. Wilfred Zaha did about 13 step overs, opened up the space, and in the end, PH Zin had to get a body on the line.
Yeah, and a gorgeous elastico to open it up. But to your point, I don't think that we're going to see that type of offensive gameplay today. Not where it's that much free flow, that much spacing to work with.
obviously Milinkovic-Savic making the move forward. He's the furthest man in this attack, but with him out of position, could be a chance here for Mark to come down the other end. It's Wilfred Zaha once again, pivotal in all of Mark's moves thus far, and he'll be a little bit disappointed not to capitalise on that.
I will say this, 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists are definitely known as offensive players, though Obrun being a little more on the balanced end. Unfortunately, just got eliminated for him, but again, head up high, big result for the Italians, fantastic consistency, but it just tells you the direction that FIFA's going in, where it's really catering to additional pressure, more risk for the rewards. You see this trap out of the back from PHN. There's just more spacing to work with to get it behind as well.
Yeah, there were a period maybe sort of, especially early FIFA 20, where a bit of off-low ball sides, quite defensive, and we've seen that over a couple of FIFAs. Like it creeps in and then it'll go out of the game. Playing on the front foot, playing with a press, and trying to sort of just outwork your opponent seems to be the #1 way to success. That's exactly what Mark's looking to do here with Bruno Fernandes. His dream time strike finds its way back to Kevin De Bruyne.
A waka.
Kylian Mbappe.
Oh, he deserved better. He deserved better. What have you seen a live in-action competitive waka 5-star skill, similar to where you had the roulette? We've seen this on replay versus Yilmaz. A stationary roulette is just such an uncommon setup as a skill move. Even if you're playing the weekend league, not even at the competitive level. It's just unusual, it's unorthodox.
This opening 30 minutes, Mark 11, as the away team here, will be very, very happy with this performance.
It's been one step away. You really should have an opener. Maybe you have to credit PHN on those last-ditch challenges.
Bruno Fernandes. He's driven past us, find Kevin De Bruyne. Bruno takes over once again. It's one touch around the box. It'll find its way to Bruno Fernandes, and it is a silky smooth 35 minutes from Team Footwear's Mark 11.
And it's got to be said, it's coming. He was always the more likely. Opportunity on opportunity, edge of the box, the skill moves, the passing, the particulars, the 1-2s, getting the players into the right positions. And it's just been fantastic defense from PHN and some of these last efforts or a slide tackle to keep this close. Mark's already had 2 or 3 opportunities before this conversion.
What a start.
And I'd like to date back to what you talked about with some of the defensive players. That's why it's more impressive that we have some of the same faces over the course of multiple years playing at the highest level, because the game has shifted dramatically. I would even argue FIFA 20 all the way up to FIFA 22, defensive games.
We've not got a defensive game right here. It's green time, but it rustles the side netting.
What happened? He's got to convert from there. Goes for the near post, expects the goalkeeper movement. Actually, the goalkeeper really wasn't out of position. Still, that should be hitting the back of the net. I think he overpowered it.
Yeah, I think the goalkeeper was not even in the equation, to be honest.
He just gave that extra oomph that wasn't needed, wasn't necessary.
Mark looks really at home, it has to be said. If you were to ask sort of the general public and even us, if there was one player maybe you'd get nervous in this situation, it probably would be Mark, simply for the fact that PHN was here 6 days ago lifting a trophy. But Mark 11, you have to say, he is handling this semi-final perfectly so far.
There's a certain cadence or maturity to his game, and we kind of grew with Mark. I remember when he was playing online in the qualifiers, his parents actually didn't allow him to even play FIFA during the week. He was only playing on the weekends. Now he's signed for a major organization. He's qualified for all the events. He hasn't gotten grouped in anything. He's actually started making a little more of a progressive run. He's putting himself in a good position to potentially upset the likes of PHN.
It's been a fabulous first 45 for Team Footwear's Mark 11. And this was the opening goal in the game. It falls back, maybe fortunately, to Bruno Fernandes, but he made no mistake. Green timed it yet again into the bottom left corner. PHN comes up the other end. Have a look at the power bar.
Yeah,
it's just
maybe a little too
under
much
3
power.
bars.
Yeah, but he's, what, 10 yards out?
Yeah.
It doesn't need that extra emphasis, and that could be a little bit with nerves. Maybe he's just focusing on making sure he has time green. Sometimes you hesitate with the goalkeeper game. You're always trying to guess and check. Is he going to scoot? Which side is going to be open? What's going to be for me? But he's still a lot of time to work with if you're a fan of PHN.
Bringing some fresh faces onto the pitch as well is PHN. Paul Pogba, Klosterman also. Musiala looks to be pretty fresh as well.
So you're running Musiala as a fullback.
Jude Bellingham Linking into Kylian Mbappe. Lovely dink into the box.
Ooh, that's a risky outlet.
You saw what he wanted with Milinkovic-Savic being sort of the decoy glancing header to the back post.
PHN already with a little more of an aggressive press here, or at least a win after a possession loss type of press.
Just geared up.
Yeah, you could feel the micromanaging the players and the player switching a little bit quicker.
It does mean that if Mark can play out of that press, space will be there to double the Aussies' lead. Good work out wide from Alphonso Davies. He's waiting for support. And he finds it in the form of R9, whose pass, unfortunately for Mark 11, goes straight into the defender. Could be a counter-attack. Is Mbappe onside on the far side? He certainly is. Goalkeeper comes a long way. Wow. Stumbled over his own feet, and Van der Sar manages to play the ball out of danger.
And sometimes we talk about fortunate bounces or luck of the draw. That's one of those situations. You could probably replay that 10 times. 5 of those 10, he's going to walk that into the back of the net. The goalkeeper's out of position. You just get a better first touch. You think 8? That's one of the 2 that went against him?
And here is Mbappe, player lock fake. Oof. The ball roll just a fraction too late. PHN was very quick with the lick to get across and snuff out any danger.
Ooh.
The bad error there. Look at the middle of the pitch. R9 was in loads of space.
I think he missed that opportunity. He'd like to have that back. I think Mark was still surprised that he got that interception. It was kind of an unforced error from PHN.
With the owner of the blue card registration, BG04.
Virgil van Dijk. Seems strange for him not to be at the heart of the defence, but even in the centre of the pitch, he's a menace. Knocking this ball around.
Oh,
I was about to say quite nicely.
Yeah, we should see some changes here, some adjustments. I was going to build off of that. He's changed the tempo of the game with Mark, and then he's looking to speed it up again when he gets into that final third.
Both players running the fallback as well. 4-3-2-1, no 5s in sight. As you see, both coaches having a word with their players. Nick DeHarmer on the left.
Yeah, if we could slide a mic in there, I'd love to hear what's going down. It's maybe the most animated I've seen Denman, especially considering how good Mark's been. A lot of times your coach pops in or pops out, gives you a little bit of the iPad or the breakdown when you want to see a tactical adjustment. Maybe things haven't been flowing.
I don't think it's any coincidence that since Denman's come in, you see Football's performances have improved as well. They never really had that permanent coach, permanent manager before. Dan was here or there. Sometimes there was players sort of stepping into that role. What you're seeing now is a permanent face associated with this organisation behind every player.
It comes down to accountability. And that's what Denman's there for, to make sure these guys, I'm sure, are going to bed at the right times. They're prepared properly. If they need anything, he's there to assist. He's kind of a mix of a coach and a manager all in one.
Also, I know Johnny does a lot of work behind the scenes as well with Team Footwiz throughout the season. Don't always see him at the events, but working hard behind the scenes in preparation. Look at that far side. R9 made the run. Hakimi is there as well, and could be a little chance starting to take shape. For as well as Mark's done going forward, I have to say, defensively, he's been equal almost to everything PHN has offered. And I also think PHN has been off the boil.
I have no idea what off the boil means.
Not the best.
Not the best. Understood. I figured.
And yesterday he was boiling hot in his performance.
I will say this, I don't think PHN has been bad going forward, though, at all. I actually think it's more credit here to Mark's defense. Some of these looping runs, he's done a good job marking those runs. And PHN's had a couple big chances that he hasn't been able to convert. So if anything, we can maybe criticize some of the finishing, being clinical. But he's had major opportunities.
See the run once again from Milinkovic-Savic, just being triggered into the box. He will stay forward. The offside trap always squeezing up low from Mark 11 to not allow the space in behind. Very tactical game we're seeing unfold here. Paul Pogba in support. What does he have in the locker? Driving. Vanya back to Paul. We're on first name basis. There's Klosterman just ticking this ball around the box. It opens up for R9, but
fair
a great
play
tackle.
from Mark. Fair play.
There's a lot going on there. You got probing all over the pitch from PHN, one of the best attackers that we have in the FIFA scene. Looking for options. You saw the skill moves. You see the vision, and Mark kind of waits for his opportunity. He doesn't get pulled out of position. He's not mistouching, mistiming. He's not getting baited. It's almost a game of cat and mouse when you're looking at this high-level pro offense to defense, especially with some of the positioning and pulling players out of those positions.
Be a chance. Hakimi out wide. Getting into that danger area. Pele goes for the strike.
It's nearly.
Good switch of play. It's going to be one last attack here for PHN. 6 minutes left to play in this.
Can't have that. It's an error of touch from nothing. We've seen maybe 3 or 4 unforced errors from PHN. Not characteristic.
Mark just waiting. Attacking the byline. Kevin De Bruyne. As soon as this ball comes into the centre of the pitch, expect the pace and the intensity just be stepped up ever so slightly. Attacking the byline. Slightly fortunate with the rebound.
Going to take it back. That's also a veteran play there. He's looking to get the last opportunity of the game. Worst case scenario, you go in 1-0 into the second leg, all pressure on PHN. That's what we're talking about, though. There's a certain maturity here. We talk about experience and how Mark, outside of these events, back to back now, doesn't really have the same amount of land experience as a PHN, but it doesn't show on the virtual pitch.
Final attack will fall for Mark 11. Just tries forcing it through the gap, and that will do us for the opening leg. Team Footwear's Mark 11, 90 minutes away from a FIFAe World Cup Grand Final. And he looks pretty comfortable, it has to be said.
It's an interesting equation. You look at both their faces. I don't think either player is happy. PHN didn't get on the board, held to a clean sheet, heart rate's slightly on the rise. And then Mark probably feels as if he should have added to his tally, created a bigger gap, made it a little more difficult for the likes of PHN to overcome a deficit with how good he's been, both defensively and offensively. Even the possession play, a lot of the buildup is maybe the most impressive, but you don't get a stat line with that buildup play. But in terms of where he had the ball, waiting for his opportunities, the way that he managed the game, you got to give a lot of credit to Mark.
I'm hearing there was a poll running online.
Tell me more.
Who will make the E World Cup Grand Final?
Was the poll taken now or before the game got underway?
During the game, I believe.
During the game.
And that man on your screen, PHZ, was 75% favourite.
That's about right. I would agree with that. From a user base, you look at the prereqs, you look at the accomplishments, you look at the name.
And when you talk about PHZ, for people who might not know about him,
I'm ready to build.
Why do you think he's such a heavy favourite?
So we've seen him come out of the E Libertadores. That's basically the prereq for anyone in South America. You win that tournament, you're going to move over to Europe. That's happened. He got second in the E Libertadores this year as well. Yep. He's won the E Nations this year. He also won the E Nations last year with a whole different squad of teammates. So PHN's the only factor or variable that was the same, and he got the same result. That's a champion hoisting a trophy. He's now in the semifinals of the E World Cup, signed to Ajax, just signed an extended deal there, where he brought in Resendi into that deal. This guy is a leader, a front runner, the face of Brazil, maybe the face of South America. We talk so much about Nicholas. He's always been that leader. PHN could be starting to make a case, especially if he gets a FIFAe World Cup under his belt.
I would argue certainly the best Brazilian player we've ever seen. Not only in terms of achievements, but in terms of performances backed up as well on the pitch. So you raise a good point. I think the people at home, maybe in that poll, know what they're talking about with their votes. On the other side of it, Mark 11. It was such a comfortable, you've got to say, performance in the end. In that quarter-final. It was surprising just because of the game beforehand against Emre Yilmaz, where Emre forced the comeback. And I spoke to Denman, I spoke to Mark, and Denman was so, in that first leg, I don't think he'd ever seen me play as well against Emre Yilmaz. It was like, this
I don't know
is...
if I've seen anyone play that good against Emre Yilmaz.
And then in the second leg, I actually think it was probably more impressive the fact that Emre forced the comeback and then Mark went on to win. If you take a poll at 5-5 after Emre Yilmaz has just turned it around, 98% probably voting Emre Yilmaz to go on and win.
I have a theory in that matchup in general. I actually think Mark surprised himself. Such a good opening leg that he maybe left the door open a little bit because going into the second leg, did not expect to have that type of lead.
Here is Mark 11 looking to pick up where he left off.
He hesitated slightly, got the ball into Mbappe. You got to give us something. That pop, stop, fake shot, ball roll, some sort of skill move off the rip. Even maybe a heel to ball roll would have been nice, or one of the step overs that he's been using and abusing at all moments throughout this matchup.
You can just see as well on the screen, this is a very rare insight, but you can actually see the controller inputs. Look how quick, when we talk about right stick switching, we talk about pressing, look how quick he is in defensively.
Oh, the goalkeeper movement.
And you saw the goalkeeper movement on the stick as well.
Wow. PHN had to be counting his blessings, walks it through, gets a step over, finally burst into space. Easy pickings.
Look at his heart rate as well, PHN, 83. He is taking this game in his stride, and he started very, very well in the opening 10 minutes.
Something that we should also throw out there, maybe remind folks, we talk about PHN being the best Brazilian of all time, regardless of this result. He's 19 years old.
Yeah. Seriously impressive. Mark 11 coming up the other end. He's been on the back foot in the opening 10. His heart rate slightly higher. That pass so close to going through. R9 was waiting.
Wow, dangerous. You felt the tension in that pass. Whips it in, driven pass. Had to be a manual step. PHN keeps the lifeline. I don't think you can go down 2 here if you're PHN. Mark's been too good defensively.
Just seeing this attack start to take shape. R9 not in the position you really want him, out wide, but he can be a creator. A little bit strange for Bruno Fernandes, missed the ball.
Maybe a little sloppy, some L1 or R1 dribbling there. Loses the lock on a little bit.
Just look at Milinkovic-Savic. Every single time, he's the one making that run just to force you back ever so slightly. It opens up the space around the rest of the pitch. And again, Mark 11 keeping the door shut somehow.
Scary times. You might need just to pause to catch your breath. Off the line, we're talking last stitch, last minute, and PHN is definitely taking it to him.
Yeah,
he's feeling like the aggressor.
He's ramped it up yet again, has PHN. On the Travella, good save.
It's giving him a little bit of everything. If you're PHN right now as well, what do I have to do to score a goal?
Absolutely.
You can't convert a layoff. You've had a couple breakthroughs. You've dealt with goalkeeper movement. You've tried long shots. You're whipping in crosses. You are triggering runs all day from the midfielders, and the way that they move players out of position, when you got the likes of a Jude Bellingham or a Savic, you can't isolate them either. He's giving you everything in the kitchen, including the sink. I don't know if I got that saying quite right, but everything's going.
Yeah, there.
You see where I was heading.
Mark struggled to really get any sort of foothold in this game.
He's going to toss a refrigerator at him.
Fridge freezer. Milinkovic-Savic sent again. I don't think the ball's been whipped into him once, though. Maybe on one occasion when he went for the knockdown. When will it be that ball flung into the box? Good defending again from Mark 11 to isolate in the right areas, come out with the centre-back, be pretty aggressive in his approach play.
This can't finish 1-0. Mark needs some cushion. Otherwise, I just see a goal coming from PHN sooner than later.
See that running behind for Mark 11. Switch of play, it's a little bit risky when you've got such good physical attacking players as well who can always win a header. That was Musiala on that occasion. Good interplay. This is what Mark needs, just a little bit of possession. Just try and feel your way into the game at some point. It's been pretty relentless pressure so far from PH Pele, step-overs in the box.
It's almost Barcelona-esque with some of the build-up, little tiki-taka, the timing again, when you date back to all the success that they've had. A few years, unstoppable, undeniable. Same energy carried over to the Spanish national team. What a period, what an era.
Numbers out wide. Alphonso Davies, this could be the chance he was waiting for. Recycling possession, R9, and again, defensively, last ditch. Can he do this? I know you said he needs another goal, but
He can't, surely he can't.
For 40 minutes, he's barricaded that door shut.
I mean, you talk about being precise. Just immaculate defending. Exquisite, if you will.
Approaching half-time. He's not asked many questions going forward, Mark 11, but he's not needed to, given that one-goal advantage from the first leg carrying over. This will be an extraordinary finish to the half, you have to say. Really not had any sort of even touches in PH's box. And that will do us for the first 45 of the second leg. Mark 11, representing Team Footwiz, is 6 FIFA minutes away, 6 in-game minutes, real-life minutes from an World Cup Grand Final.
I'm trying to work out something there. I'm over here in some sort of conversation. I might be too far removed. That heart rate's going to be on the up and up. PHN still looks very focused. He doesn't necessarily need to shift anything. He was in the right place on multiple occasions.
You talk about him being in the right areas.
I mean, look at the runners. Everybody's getting triggered. Jude looking for options, finds options. Musiala, ball roll, outside of the box, doesn't matter. Van der Sar has that covered. With the Trivelas, you're always a bit of a 50-50. Not only with the goalkeeper movement, but it has to be absolutely perfect. The animation needs to line up. The goalkeeper has to slightly be off his line. I'd love to know what kind of text message we just got from PHN. I'm more impressed with a lot of the build-up and the steps. Again, the reoccurring steps that have been timed perfectly from Mark.
It's a long half-time for Mark 11.
I don't know if you want that long halftime. It kind of reminds you of the hardship that you have upcoming. I know that he's leading, but you understand you're going to be under pressure.
It's going to be one-way traffic. The entirety of this 45.
There's a certain tension that can't be replicated anywhere else but the biggest of stages.
You must have been in this situation.
I have been.
In your ever-long FIFA career.
I thought you were going to say illustrious career.
When you're in this position, you know you've got a lead, you've not got long left to go. Do you start, how hard is it to actually focus on what's at hand? Because my mind will be going all over the place. I'm 45 minutes away from a 150k. I'm thinking about, do I want to keep possession? Do I want to try and get another goal?
My mindset has always been, in this sort of matchup as well, I would say you've done well. If you get a chance, make sure you take advantage of it, but you don't have to make a drastic change or a big shift if you're Mark.
That's what PHC, he's got one goal on his mind. Get the ball in the back of the net. And he's not been able to do it so far.
That's not what you want to see if you're Mark, though. You have to have some possession play. You have to make PHN think about.
Yeah, you can't just let him keep coming. Because if these attacks keep coming forward, sooner rather than later, the ball will find its way into the back of the net. PHZ levels up the tie, one apiece.
And that was inevitable. We talked about it. I kind of gave that preview. Maybe it's a curse or a blessing, depending whose side you're on from the commentary end. He went forward with Mark, a little bit of a step over with Mbappe. It's just a bad giveaway.
Giving the ball away right from kickoff as well, Mark 11.
Cue the pause. Cue the pause, Mark. Take a moment. FIFA has a funny way of keeping you humble, and you cannot rush your gameplay, offensively or defensively.
Let's not forget as well, Brazil were in a terrible position, 6 days ago? Trailing in a grand final by 2 goals. They come back, they force the comeback. And it's PHZ with that winning goal, which will live long in the memory, it has to be said.
So he's expanding that press as well, PHZ.
Mark 11 again at the back, just giving possession away. And PHZ looks to get a second goal. Huge step from Varane. He's just got no real passing options, does Mark. PH is penning him well and truly in his own half.
Again, intensifying that press.
Look how high he is.
Like a shark, he smells blood.
The midfield's nearly on the attacker's back foot.
But why not? Mark has improved that he's getting him behind the same way. And if anything, I would argue that Mark's build-up's been incredible, but his counters haven't been there yet.
And here he is on one of those counters, killing Mbappe across the keeper, red timed.
If you're PH in here, you might just challenge Mark. You might say, I think I can outthink you or outplay you with the offensive end. I'll take some of the gambles defensively, get more time on the ball.
I don't think this game's going to extra time. There'll be a winning goal. Whether it's PH Zin in this second leg, who has been the better player, or Mark 11 on a counter, which looks to be the way that this tie is turning. Mbappe, lovely, delicate ball out wide. The ball just rebounding around the box, and it falls to PH Zin. Big chance. Good block at the back. You saw Mark 11 when he conceded that goal, just a shake of the head, almost frustrated the way that he did concede. And also, now you see just a few bounces are falling PH Zin's way.
If you're Mark here, formation change, you need an adjustment. You might have some opportunities on some leak outs, some counterattacks. Again, we haven't really seen a lot of that from Mark. That's where you're going to have your big break, your big opportunity. I just don't like what I'm seeing in terms of the press. If you're a fan of Mark, it's so difficult to move against this PH Zin right now with the double teams, the team press, the micromanaging in, player switching. You see everything on the upper right-hand side of the screen if you're looking at the controller.
You don't see Mark changing, just for the simple fact that against Emery, I'm pretty sure he swapped to a 5, allowed the game to come back.
Well, he doesn't need to go to a 5. That's not the messaging that I'm selling. Especially not at 1-1.
He's going to see this out in the 4-3-2-1. It's going to be a trade-off. Kevin De Bruyne robbed of possession in the middle of the park. There could be an overlap on the left-hand side of the pitch. And it is Musiala potentially to break foot with his hearts and set Team Ajax into ecstasy. Good defensive work. Just getting a black and green shirt.
You just see that Brazilian flair again. Talk about momentum, the left stick dribbling, the press. It's been relentless.
PH who's cued the pause.
He's probably bringing more pressure. He might go for it here, as you said. Doesn't want to see extra time.
Runners in behind.
PHN might have used all his luck in penalty kicks as well. You might have that thought process.
Very well could be. Wilfred Zaha, the step overs, the play out wide that was working so well in the first leg, doesn't seem to be hitting the same, and that space that Zaha has left allows Mbappe to gallop towards the penalty area. Ball roll into the space, looking for a player, Musiala!
Oh, that's so well done. If you review that, maybe time green, it's just the pullback, the little skills to work with the timing. See that instant press. There's a lot of gamble here, a lot of risk from PH Zin. I bring that up. Mark will have space to work with. He's got to speed up the game, though. He's moving too slow.
7 minutes remaining. Does he potentially look towards a last attack? As that pause will come in.
I just don't think you can hold the ball. I think it's risky to try to hold the ball against PH Zin. 7-8 minutes of game time, just from what we're seeing and also what he's committing in terms of the press. And as a competitor, there's nothing worse than gift wrapping a goal. This is 1-1. You're still in this game if you're Mark. No problems, no worries. Sure, the momentum shifted a little bit. PH Zin has made opportunities, made chances, but he's had struggles with finishing. We haven't seen high conversion rate. That might be in the back of his head as well. That happens in-game. You try to avoid these internal thoughts, but
they always creep through.
That's why we always talk about the mentality, the importance of the mentality. We give so much credit and applause and praise when we see players battle back. We see them recover. We see the changes on the virtual pitch.
It's so hard to sort of get through to people watching at home as well, but the changes mid-game in mentality are what the elite players do.
And that's the biggest separator. When we talk about familiar names, big faces, notoriety, results, accolades, achievements, it's always the group that is mentally stronger. Ability-wise, the majority of these guys are on the same page. There's not a big separation. But how you handle those big moments, how you handle adversity, can you finish Can you be clinical when all eyes are on you? When you only make 1-2 chances in a game? Because sometimes that's how it happens. You don't have a flourishing or abundance of opportunity.
The world is watching. 3 minutes left to play. Extra time and penalties already been required to separate two semi-finalists today. Will it be called upon again?
Surely holding for the last attack.
He's going to rise to the occasion and book a place in an World Cup Grand Final against Team Hullet's Manu Bashar. Will it be Mark 11? A poor passage of play in the middle of the pitch there from...
Why'd he go back? Why'd he go
PhD,
back?
and PhD's robbed Mark of the ball. Last attack will fall the Brazilians' way. Pele, it's just getting very scrappy in the middle of the pitch. Mark don't want it. Get me into extra time.
Oh my goodness. Mark had a big interception there, and he had some momentum, he had some runners, he had some players, and he resurfaced. He went for the recycle. You gotta take a gamble. You gotta take a gamble in that circumstance.
You see him clearly messaging someone.
I was wondering if he was changing the music, perhaps. Maybe he's got
a change of music. Yeah, he's got a playlist that he likes.
An extra time playlist. It could exist. Give me a little bit of that lo-fi. Keep the nerves calm.
Tropical house.
No tropical house.
Well,
it's like PhD's over here bobbing his head.
We're going into extra time. 30 minutes to play. It's a huge situation for both players.
Massive!
I didn't expect to coming into extra time, given the fact that PhD was so far on top for the majority of that match. But here we are, in a penalty shootout.
We've already seen one on the day. We're 1 for 1 with penalty shootouts, and 1 for 1 with extra time situations and scenarios. We're gonna test those nerves.
Very well might be required. Zin coming forward. Wins himself a corner for his troubles. And as always, it's going to be played short, recycled to the edge of the box. The pass is poor.
So you need something from this. You need something from this.
They were not really ahead of him.
No, but you can. Your build-up could be a little quicker. This is more passive to go all the way back. You're holding it. You're going side to side with the defenders. Here's the error. You can just feel it. You've got to be more decisive.
A little bit of time it gets whipped into the box. He tried it. A low cross. And there's a few red and white shirts forward here. A lot of passes being out of play or just into space.
I think the nerves are kicking in a little bit. You might see some of that experience. We've talked FIFA many years now. Rich, you got to play to win. You can't play not to lose.
That's where mistakes happen. Ousmane Dembele, what does he have in the locker? A couple of step overs, it's going to fall to Mbappe. Reverse Velasco around the corner. Varane stands up strong. And Mark.
Fair play on the defending.
Again, resolute.
Showed a lot of discipline there. A couple mistakes inside the box. PHN could go either direction. Definitely was in the driver's seat.
Final chance of the half. He's going to fall to Mark 11. Round the corner. Great cancel. Waiting. Holding.
Wow.
Klosterman in the way. It's a big sliding tackle. The referee likes it. And we'll play one more attack. It's going to break down, and that will do us for the first half, unless Mark can get this ball forward with pace and precision. Nkunku out wide. Great work. R9, reverse Velasco, cancel. He's cooking. He's cooking in the box. He got very fortunate. The bounce took him through. But Mark 11, Australia, and Team Footweeds do not care.
It doesn't matter. You make your own moments there. You see the double cancellation, the extra skill moves. Yes, it rebounds back to him, but he went for it. First time since the first leg that we've really seen this type of offense. Keep that on repeat and rewatch.
Wow.
So much goodness, and he handled the game management. 105th minute.
He kept it in. He went forward straight away. It was one sort of really quick driven pass from defense straight into the attacking player.
It was decisive. We've been talking about it. We need that decisive FIFA in our lives. And it came off a mistake, a mismanagement from PH Sin. He could have had the last attacker easily walk that into a reset and we go into the second portion of extra time. No problem to boot it out. got a little bit greedy.
15 minutes. This is going to be an electric second half of extra time. PH will press, will throw bodies forward. Mark 11, for the majority of this second leg, has been on the back foot, but he has defended impeccably well, you have to say.
That's probably been the major takeaway. Offensively, especially going into the second leg, a little more lackluster until the moment that Mark just created. But on the defensive end, consistent, reliable, sturdy.
Yeah.
He's not getting moved around. He understands the matchups. He's not getting isolated, staying home, even when he had the mistakes.
He also looks very comfortable defending one-on-one. He looks comfortable in that area. Like some players, as soon as the attacker gets one-on-one, you panic, you lunge in.
Most players.
You jockey out the way.
Especially when you make a mistake out of the back. A couple of those defensive 1v1s, he didn't have any support. It came off an error. He lost the ball in the midfield, lost the ball with the defender. He had to make that recovery.
Final words of wisdom from Denman and Nick as their players are sent out.
He's going to throw this out there. We saw this in the 2v2 with PHN. He left it late, but it was great. He has the clutch factor.
He doesn't have long to go, though. 12 minutes remaining. Every black shirt that can possibly be behind the ball is behind the ball for Mark 11. Lovely chest from Bellingham. And look, there's not long to go. Another pause cue there by PHG. If you see that, you're Mark 11, you are happy. You know he's not comfortable with how he's set up. You keep this ball in for as long as possible.
It's also maybe a pre-warning that the constant pressure is incoming.
Yeah.
Do not let that ball go out.
Oh, it's great work, I have to say. It's very risky, but got away with it on that occasion. Untouched play from PHZ. Out wide, this is where he's done a lot of his damage. Musiala, Mbappe. He's beautiful in the box. The Brazilian, however, Mark 11 stands strong. And that pause that he's had cued,
he's not getting it.
He's probably not going to come through. He has to play with what he's got on the pitch. Over the top, it's a switch of play.
Oh, he meant for the middle
Musiala into Henry. Chance for PHZ. Rafa Varane, Mark 11. Stand up strong once again. Possession given away once again. And it's going to fall. To Paul Pogba, who takes the snapshot. And somehow, someway, PHZ does not die.
Just incredible. You couldn't write a better script.
We saw a Pogba goal in the first semi-final that looked unlikely. We've seen a Pogba goal in the second semi-final. That looks unlikely, but it does not matter.
A bit of a stutter step, almost looks like a power shot as well from that circumstance. Top corner, we've seen Paul Pogba time and time again, comes in off the bench. He's powerful, he's explosive, he's got a big body type, he's got the skill moves, he's got the upgraded stats, the pace has been boosted. I still hate his penalty kick. Just want to throw that in there. We've got to build him up to tear him back down.
We're probably going to see that penalty kick.
is not done.
One more chance.
Wow.
Or penalties.
And if you're Mark, that's tough because you've done everything right. Defensively, the steps, the timing, the manual aspects, the micromanaging, that came off an error out of the back. Clear it, send it deep, get it out of there. Surely PHN only had one more attack at the maximum left.
Like 119th minute.
Yeah, this was it. One away.
Well, penalties
scooted and booted.
Very likely, unless there's a breakdown at the back or a bit of magic in the attacking third from
one more opportunity here. One more opportunity for Mark.
11. We're going to get maybe one additional minute of injury time. Player lock down the line. Does he want to try and win it? Does he go for penalties? That's the question.
Oh, boy.
The press is in.
I don't know if he has enough time now.
From PHZ.
30, 40 seconds. In game. It's really one pass and you have to go forward.
I think we're going to penalties. However, no. Well, here we go. It's Paul Pogba for Mark 11 with the first spot kick. Big penalty, slams it in the top left corner. Now PH Zin looking to reply with the goal scorer that sent him into a penalty shootout, Paul Pogba. Saved!
I think he put that wide as well. I don't even think that was on frame. Mark from the spot. Mbappe, can he double? Top left-hand corner. He does indeed. Big moments. Mbappe versus Mbappe. Needs to convert. PH Zin down the middle.
One on the board for PH Zin. Mark stuck it in the top left, both penalties so far. Does he keep going there? No, he switches it. And maybe he's just winning the mind games at this point. PH Zin with a must-score penalty, and he does score.
Feeling mixy. From the spot, Mark, he's been perfect. Virgil, again.
Wow.
PH Zin stuck. Not moving Van der Sar. Going for the middle, from the spot, Dembele. Again, down central.
Mark 11 with a penalty to win it. Vanya Milinkovic-Savic from 12 yards scores! Team Footwiz, Australia, stand up! You have a FIFAe World Cup grand finalist. Mark 11.
That heart rate's definitely taking a notch up. And we haven't really talked about this as we've been on commentary, but every round you double your money. Just might as well bring that up.
150K guaranteed.
In the bank.
Mark 11. All 3 World Cups he has participated at. PH Zin's story comes to a close in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. What a 3 weeks it has been for that young man. And I have to say, and I know he's not going to want to hear this, but he's lost a penalty shootout against Footwiz at the Club World Cup. He's now lost a penalty shootout against a player representing Team Footwiz at the FIFAe World Cup. Incredible, incredible scenes. Mike, what a game.
And I'd like to date back to Mark's last 2 or 3 weeks.
Yep.
Talk about impactful. So we've got the E-Club. Made a fantastic comeback with Hollywood. E-Nations, the Aussies, again, getting out of the group stage. Now he signs a new contract, so that's already career shifting. We already know he's going to be a pro FIFA player next year. But not only that, he's in the finals. He could be a world champion. First Australian world champion we've ever had. Open up some additional spots. Put them on the map. It's official. Give the man a couple whistles. I'm sure Denman's got something prepped. I saw extra sunglasses.
Yeah.
Did you expect the likes of Mark versus Manu Bashir in the finals as a potential final? Especially with the Group D that we saw Manu Bashir have to come out of.
I certainly didn't, but they are in the grand final. Manu Bashir is waiting. Mark 11 will be joining him, and let's hear what he's got to say.
Mark, you're a grand finalist here at the FIFAe World Cup. How does it feel?
I can't even describe it. It's amazing. This is such a dream for me. Like, I can't believe I'm actually top 2 here. I was already a goal to make a World Cup, and now I'm in the final. I can't believe it. Especially pens too. E-Nations got knocked out in penalties. That hurt a lot. So I can feel how PH Zin's feeling. I feel bad for him, but I thought I played well for the majority of the game. His 2 goals are a bit interesting, but I think I played well throughout the whole game.
Let's talk about the game, because for me, you started it with such attacking intent, putting out some of these less seen skill moves at this level. Like, how do you describe your style, particularly in attack?
To be honest, I just go in the practice arena every day and spam step overs. That's all I do, really. But I thought I attacked pretty well, but I rushed it a few times because my game plan is to hit the left back for the overlap, but he just cut it every single time, so I had to pick something else out, and somehow it worked.
You made so many last-ditch tackles as well. He was constantly getting into the box, but the likes of Van Dijk coming through with these huge tackles. Do you think your defensive abilities are maybe slept on? Because you are so free-flowing going forward, you're actually very solid at the back as well.
I'm not going to lie, I used to be so bad at defending, so I just try to score more goals, but I've improved a lot on my defending. I'm more composed in the box. I don't side tackle and stuff. I try to stand him up, and then it paid off.
What was going through your head when you conceded that last-minute equaliser in extra time? Because it seemed like after that, you weren't in too much of a rush to go for that final attack. Is that because you backed yourself in penalties?
No, I hate pens. So this is my first ever lane win in pens. I've lost out 4 in a row, so I didn't want to go pens. I tried attacking, but I couldn't. So it was pens it is, and then it was all luck from there.
Listen, you've done so well, mate. You've got 1 game left between you and $300,000. You've got $150,000 minimum, by the way, but it is Manu Bashir who stands in your way. What do you think that final's going to entail?
We're both young players. Whoever wins will deserve to win, probably. I hope he plays forward at the back, so we're going to have a nice free-throwing game, but whatever happens, happens. I'm already happy no matter what the result is.
Well, listen, we'll see you shortly for the final. Well done, Mark 11. I'm going to cross over to PH Zin's booth now, who's obviously on the other side of that game. Unfortunately, he's exited the competition in defeat. How are you feeling after that match, pal?
Yeah, I'm very sad, but this is the game. Yeah, I think I deserved a little bit more the second game, but I don't know. I'm very proud with my season. It's very good, but yeah, that's it. Thank you for all the support for Brazilians, guys, and sorry, I try everything this tournament, but my promise for you and for all the guys, look me now, I win this tournament one time in my career for sure.
I believe you. I believe when you say that. You've been incredibly good, you know, not just this year, for a long time. I think the guys on commentary said it, and I think I'd have to echo it, that I think you're the #1 Brazilian player of all time, maybe South American player of all time as well. You know, you've got some competition there with Nicholas, but this year especially has been fantastic. This close to back-to-back finals with the penalty exit is a cruel way to go, but just want to say from everyone how good you've been and how incredible you've been. Have you got a message you want to say to the people at home in Portuguese?
Então, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo aí que torceu, eu fiz de tudo, eu queria muito levar esse título pro Brasil. É o grande sonho da minha carreira ganhar esse campeonato. Cheguei tão perto, faltavam 2 jogos, mas acredito que Deus sabe de tudo e eu prometo que eu vou ganhar esse campeonato uma vez na minha vida, pode ter certeza. Obrigado pela torcida de todos, não foi dessa vez, mas Deus sabe de tudo e eu estou muito feliz e muito grato a Deus por tudo que Ele faz na minha vida.
Thank you, my friend. Listen, just 19 years old, he's already achieved so much, and I definitely believe him when he says he's going to win this competition one day. But it won't be this year. It's going to be either Manu Bashir or Mark 11 that's going to take home the trophy and $300,000 in the process. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ben. Well, 2 dramatic semi-finals, both going to penalty shootouts there. But it was, you know, great, wasn't it, to hear from both of them, especially PH's in there. Emotional scenes, but he has what it takes, doesn't he, boys, to be a world champion one day. He's already a 2v2 world champion, not just once, but twice.
Absolutely. I mean, look, for him to play in his first proper World Cup when he qualified a few years ago but didn't take place, and to do that and to have the run he had and to play against the likes of Tex as well and knock him out. I mean, look, this guy is so young, as Spencer said. What a future he has ahead of him.
Let's just go to you, Alex, as well. A little bit about what Mark was saying there. Do you feel sometimes when a player is so relaxed, and Aggie, feel free to jump in on this, he was just so thrilled to get through to the semi-finals. Now he just says, I'm so happy to be in the final. Sometimes that kind of relaxed vibe that he's bringing to it is really working in his favour.
It can be working in his favour, and especially when you look at how he did in the Club World Cup at E-Nations, to go further and further in this E-World Cup right now, it just gives you that little bit of confidence. I think for Mark in that game, first leg was phenomenal. He played such a mature game, he was attacking, he really put PHZ up against the ropes, and PHZ came out in that second leg, he was more aggressive, the press was really difficult to deal with. There's times where you just think, Mark said about, you know, a couple of the bounce backs that was going against his way, when you get that penalty win, it just gives you that confidence. He's looking good, the dream goes on, yes, he says he's happy with top 2, but he's going to want to lift that trophy.
Yeah, and Aggie, a way to win your first LAN penalty shootout as well, here at a semi-final of a World Cup. What did you make of that?
A very cagey affair, both players doing exceptionally well. Very flow-based players, both of them, and I thought they defended the box incredible well. So, I mean, it's always hard to go out on penalties, but it's really the part of the game, and it just goes to show that the level here is so tight.
It's difficult to go through on penalties, not just go out on penalties, and someone knows that, of course, is this man, Obrun, who obviously just got defeated on penalties as well to Manu Bashir. I think I would have deserved something different. I mean, heartbreak, I should say, for him. The same place twice in a row, 2 semi-finals for the Italian Obrun. Well, let's have a quick look then at some of the highlights from the second semi-finals we had here. It was such a cagey affair once again, Aggie, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mark, as Alex also said, played an incredible first leg. Here in the second leg, PH was just applying that pressure, and it was really a matter of time before he ended up getting that goal back, because he was really dominating. But Mark here, just with a bit of fortune, get that 2-1 goal, and I thought he overdid it a little bit. He had a chance where it could have gone more simple. But here, after a possession loss from Mark and a little bit of fortune for PH Sin, and you would think that it would be his time to win it, but instead Mark just had those margins that you need to have and that ice in the veins that you need to have as well going into a penalty shootout. And yeah, the crucial part of the game went to the Aussie.
10 minutes only left to go as well now between that second semi-final and the grand final. Not long is it to get your head around this massive task at hand?
It isn't long as well, but I also think in a way it could work as an advantage for Mark, because at times if you have that hour or so to sit on it, you've just got through semi-final, yes, your nerves can come down, you can actually start thinking about it more and going, I'm in a grand final here at the FIFAe World Cup. Biggest moment of all of these players' career. So Mark might just be saying, let's get out there. I want to go play. I want to continue that. Let that heart rate come down ever so slightly and go and deliver again.
Yeah, Aggie, I want to just come back to you in 2014. You know exactly how it feels to be a grand finalist. You went obviously one step further and you won it. Pre-match, I know Ronaldo was there as well. Did he chat to you? Did he give you any words of encouragement? How did the build-up to your grand final go?
Well, I had a very, very strong tournament in Brazil in 14, and I remember that semi-final coming into it where I was really confident, so was the 3 other competitors. But I also had this special feeling, which I think both finalists have, that they have this feeling that it's their trophy to win now and no one can stop them. I had that feeling, and I felt that everything was going to come my way. And luckily for me and R9, I played with Brazil, so automatically was supporting me in that semi-final and final. And it was a magic moment for me where it just seemed like every piece just fell in the right place.
Sometimes you just get that feeling, don't you? And a quick word on the 2 finalists here. Obviously, Manu Bashir, he was here 4 or 5 days ago now in a grand final with someone next to him. Now he comes down to him on his own. Mark's never been in this position before at all, Brandon.
Not in this magnitude by any means. What a world finals in his first ever FIFAe World Cup for $300,000. That's never been won by anyone before. So yeah, pressure's on. But the one thing they both have done, they've both been through penalties. So the heart rate has already got going, you could argue.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Aggie's just spoken about how it felt to go into a grand final and win it. And someone else who knows exactly what it takes to win a World Cup is with Sven.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I'm here with a legend of the FIFA scene. It is, of course, Tuga. Tuga, before we talk about the upcoming final, I want to ask you about your competition here and your last 3 competitions here, because the dust has settled now a little bit since you exited the tournament. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, about the E-Club and the Nation, I was a bit disappointed because we were grouped in both tournaments. I think in the E-Club we had the level to go further in the competition, but some unlucky goals happened, and it's FIFA, everything can happen. About the Nation, I think we underperformed a bit. I thought we were one of the favorites, to be honest, but we didn't perform well, and it was we needed to be grouped because we didn't play well. And in the World Cup, I finished in the top 16. I think against the RVP legend, the round of 16 was a pretty tight match. It was 4-3. He played well, I played well, but in the end he got the victory. So next year I hope to be here to get the trophy.
I'm sure you will be. We've seen you obviously win the E-Club World Cup last year as a 2v2. This is still, as the E-World Cup, would you say it's fair to say that it's viewed as the big one, as a 1v1 tournament? It's what most of you would have grown up playing. It's FIFA as a single-player sport, and it's the one that you and everyone else really wants to win.
I think so. I think the majority of players want to win. If they need to choose one trophy, they will choose the 1v1 trophy. Although the 2v2 trophy, I wouldn't change, to be honest, because it's with a teammate, with the person we love to play with, the coaches, the staff himself, from the club, from the nations as well. But I think from the majority of the players I talked to, they prefer to win the 1v1 because probably it's the biggest tournament and the biggest achievement you can get as a 1v1 player.
Tell me about just how hard it is to make it to this tournament, let alone to get to the final, because, I mean, you're so incredibly consistent at it. You know, you qualified for all 3 events this year and last year. No one else in the world did that, by the way. Back-to-back-to-back competitions 2 years in a row is insane. But then when you get here, it's a whole different level of competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's really hard, not only to make it here, but playing here against the top players from all the regions. It's really difficult, and if you are here, and especially if you are in the final, if you are Mark or if you are Manu Bachori, it means that you are an incredible talent. You are one of the best players in the world, and hopefully the best wins.
Talking about the 2 finalists then, first of all, I'm going to ask you if you've got a prediction who you think might win.
Honestly, I will say Baciore has a little bit of favoritism. Although Mark is playing really good, he won 3 out of the 4 qualifiers in the Oceania region. He won his league, so I think Mark probably is a bit underdog, but he can win it. I think in the final it's a 50-50. But if I have to choose one, I think Baciore has a little bit of favorite, but it can happen. It's a final, and both can win.
Is what Mark's done particularly even more impressive considering where he comes from and the region he plays in? Because the guys talked about it a lot before. You know, there's just less high-level players to play against on a regular basis. You know, unless you do move to another continent, you don't have that level to play at consistently. But he's able to come here and be that good.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark has shown an incredible talent. As you said, he didn't have too many top players in that region, but he's showing that this region is still good. It's probably one of the best as he's in the final, and let's see who wins this trophy.
Tuga, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next year. I'm actually going to welcoming Stingray now, who I don't think we got a chance to speak to yesterday, Stingray, after the tournament ended for you. Have you had a little bit of chance to think about where it went wrong, where it went right, and analyse it?
Yeah, I mean, last night, obviously, after the tournament, you just try to take a break, but you just replay things you could have done better, could have done differently. But yeah, I mean, PHZin, I said this after, he deserved to win, he deserved to beat me, he played better. And there's also got to be huge credit to Mark clamping PHZin, only conceding 3, I believe. 2, only 2. Yeah, that's unbelievable, in my opinion, the best attacker in the tournament.
And you're very humble there when you say that PHZin deserved to win. It was penalties you went out on, and literally that penalty wasn't saved. Who knows what happens? It's the fine margins of FIFA. We've then seen PHZin go on to exit by penalty. So who knows what could have happened if a penalty had gone in a different direction. But it does show that you are operating at the very highest level, doesn't it? And that's something you've been doing for a couple of years now. How do you do it? What's the secret to your consistency?
I mean, I feel like you've just got to surround yourself with friends, family, people that support you. I'm very blessed where I've got a lot of friends and family who always help me, big me up when I'm playing these tournaments, just get me through it.
One of the things that makes you pretty unique, I think, people may have noticed your name, Stingray Jr., is the fact that your dad's competed at a high level as well, right?
Yeah, so my dad's name was Stingray, so obviously him being my dad, I went for Stingray Jr.
I mean, we've seen brothers compete at the international stage the last few weeks, but father and son, I think, is really cool and really special, and it's probably helped you become the player you have been, being in that environment. Let's talk about this final then coming up. We've got Mark 11, you said a lot of nice things about. Tell me about Manu Bashir, and who do you think might win this one?
I mean, after PHZin, in my opinion, Manu's the second best attacker at this tournament. I've been practicing against him for this tournament. Every single time he's absolutely blown me away. I feel like Mark's going to win personally. I want Mark to win because I came here today to support my good friend. I'm hoping he gets the job done.
Okay, well, Stingray, listen, fantastic from you once again. We look forward to seeing you back at the biggest stage of all very soon indeed. So, great to talk to both Tuga and Stingray there ahead of this final. But you know what? It's getting closer. I'm getting excited. You can tell there's a spring in my step, Rachel. I am ready for this final.
I am as well, Spen. Thank you so much for those interviews. I mean, it gets me a little bit nervous as well because it is so exciting. We have only a few minutes left until we get our grand final here at the FIFAe World Cup. I'm just going to bring the boys back in then just before we get going here for our last matchup, guys. Massive one. I want to talk a little bit about the groups as well. We kept saying, didn't we, Group D was the group of death, and we do get one player who's come through that, but he did finish 4th in that. And then Mark, the other side, he came from Group B, where he finished 3rd. It really doesn't matter, does it, Mike, where you finish in the groups, as long as you just keep upping your game every time you get to that next stage.
Well, I'd also like to say we saw signs, even in the group stage, Manu Bashir leading that group in scoring goals, and then, of course, carrying that type of momentum. You also don't want to peak too early, which we talk about in tournaments a lot. I don't think either of them were at their best in the group, but they did enough to get out, and they've looked a lot better once we've got into the bracket stage. And even the same with Mark. Some of his matchups and results, he drew against Tex. He got the job done late in his group, which sometimes gives you a little bit of that extra kick or push that says that you got some momentum to work with, that you can start questioning, could this be your tournament? Because that's so important on the mental end.
We almost had 2 players as well coming through Group D, didn't we? PHZin would have made it 2, and it really would have shown that Group D had the quality there that we kind of were talking about throughout. What do you make of both of their routes here, Aggie? Who's possibly had the more, I hate to say easier, but easier route to this final?
That's a hard question to answer. I think both ways has been extremely hard. Mark had to go through Yilmaz, who was an incredible player and a champion as well, and he had to go PH Sin as well. But the same did Manu. He was in group with them, and Manu had to play against Obrun, who beat Anders. So they all faced extremely high-level players, and they both deserve to be here. Did we expect it? Probably not, but that's the reality. They've been the two best players here. They had the margins, and now one of them will win.
Yeah, exactly. We're hoping for a really exciting matchup. Alex, do you think it will be in a really exciting matchup, or do you think it will be the cagiest FIFA we have ever seen here?
It goes one of two ways. Because both of these players are here for the first time, it's either going to be, I'm too scared to, like you saw Zahar going on that overlap time and time again for Mark in that semi-final, and they might be a little bit cagey. They might go, no, I don't want to do it. But it could go the complete opposite way. Sorry to make that bubble there, but it could just go, I'm here. I didn't expect to be here in the top two. Let's just go out there. Let's have fun with it. Let's take the game to the opponent and let's score goals.
Well, I just look at the historic side as well. We had this new Dutch crew. No one's taken home the world title, and not an individual side. I mean, you could argue for ECL, depending how you want to interpret that, but this is the biggest of the stages, and then we've never had an Aussie get this far.
Well, I've got Twitch predictions right in front of me. The audience have spoken. Which way do you think they're going, Aggie?
I think they're going with Mark, actually.
Okay. Alex?
The Twitch chat is definitely going with Manu, Team Hullet.
I'm going to back Alex on that as well.
Correct, to my right here. Manu Bashir, 59% of you at home believe Manu Bashir is going to be our champion. 41, that means, say, Mark 11 is going to be the world champion. Well, it is time to find out, isn't it? Who is right here on the couch and at home, because this is the grand final for the FIFAe World Cup 2023.
Yes, Rachel, it's the biggest moment in the annual FIFA season. It's the highlight of the year, and it's time to welcome out our finalists. Starting off with the Dutchman representing Team Hullet, it's Manu Bashir. At just 18 years old, he is the youngest of the two finalists, looking for revenge after losing the final of the E-Nations just a few days ago. And he scored 19 goals in his last 3 knockout rounds, conceding 10. So scoring 2 for everyone conceded, more or less. It's Manu Bashir. Welcome to the stage. Going up against Manu is the man from Australia representing Team Futwiz. It's Mark 11. At just 19 years old, he's certainly no veteran, although he is the oldest of the two finalists, looking to do something unprecedented and become an Australian world champion in FIFA esports for the first time. It is, of course, Mark 11. Welcome to the stage. I'm going to have a few questions with our finalists here before we do the coin toss, starting off with Manu. Manu, we've spoken about this in the lead up to this. In each round, is this the biggest day? Is this the biggest moment? Well, I don't think I need to hear from you that it is, because it's the final of the E-World Cup. What's going through your head right now?
I'm very happy to be here in the first place because I won in penalty shootout, which could have easily went the other way. Now I have the chance to become world champion, 1 game away, last game of the season, whatever happens. So I'm going to give it my all, leave it on the pitch, and hopefully it will be enough.
What do you expect from your opponent, Mark 11?
Yeah, attack and quality. Like when I watched him against PH Sin, he was incredible, and defensively he was solid as well. So going to be a good match. Hopefully I could be a little bit better and score more goals, but yeah, we'll see.
We shall see. Good luck to you, my friend. Now, Mark 11, Manu mentioned that he was coming through penalties to get here. You also did the same thing. Is there a chance this one could go to penalties?
I hope not. Pen's not good for my heart. I hope I can get it done in 90 minutes, and then whatever happens, happens.
I think we know we've got 2 expert attackers, although you don't get this far without being good in defence as well. Are you expecting quite an open game between you two?
Yeah, Manu's a complete player. He can defend, attack, press, over the top. He's got everything in his locker, so I expect a lot from him. Hopefully a few goals from both of us.
Now, neither nation, Netherlands nor Australia, have ever won the FIFAe World Cup before, but for a nation that hasn't got the same steeped history in in both esports, FIFA and soccer, football as well, than the Netherlands. This is an even bigger moment than just Mark 11 here, a chance to do something for your country.
You're putting a bit of pressure on me now, but I guess, yeah, if I win this, it'll mean a lot to the whole of Australia. All the fans are watching right now. It's like 4 a.m, so I hope I can get the job done for them. If not, thanks for all the support anyways.
Fantastic stuff. Listen, we are set for an amazing final here. We do need to do a coin toss before we get to the final to work out who is going to be the home team in the second leg. So referee James, we've got a blue side and a black side of the coin. Who is what side?
Blue side is Manu, black side is Mark 11.
Take it away, please, James. It is the black side, which means Mark will be home in the second leg, and Manu, you'll be home in the first leg. Best of luck to you guys. It's time for the final. It's time to change someone's life and to crown a champion. I'm going to hand over now to our casters, Richard and Brandon.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Yeah, this is the big one now, isn't it? All those matches, all those virtual leagues, E-Champions Leagues, playoffs, it all leads to this one game of FIFA. An E-World Cup, Richard Buckley, that I don't think we'll ever see again, with so many shocks, so many surprises, and this is our grand final. Two players that have battled their way to be in the biggest FIFA match we've ever seen.
Thousands of hours played FIFA throughout the entire season to culminate in 2 legs to change your life. It really is. The winner takes home $300,000 to call yourself a world champion. An organisation to say we have a world champion player, Team Hullet, FIFAe. This is the moment that you fight tooth and nail all the way through the groups, into the knockouts, through penalties, to experience what it is like to take the stage in the biggest FIFA match you will ever play in.
Which only so many players have been able to do, Richard, since we've luckily been involved in this process of the FIFA Interactive World Cup, which then became the FIFAe World Cup, the pedestal of talent, and then this new wave that's come through, 18, 19 years of age, Manu Bashir. I mean, for Team Hullet, this has been coming for quite some time. Look at the infrastructure, the investment they've made into so many FIFA players. And on the other side, another organisation has done exactly the same, Richard Buckley. I know you could talk for days on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Team FIFAe. I'm sure Danny's watching right now through his fingertips. He probably can't see the screen. Just the nerves, the amount that he's put into this organisation over the last 7 years of FIFA esports. To have a player in an E-World Cup Grand Final. He's had players in... Team FIFAe have had a team in the Club World Cup Grand Final and a player representing them in the E-World Cup Grand Final. They've been the MVPs of the 3 World Cups in Saudi Arabia. And probably right behind them is Team Hullet.
Absolutely. What? Dutch runners-up in a grand final. Who was in that team? 3 players from Team Hullet and a player in a grand final as well. There is history here. Is there a bit of revenge potentially for Emre Yilmaz, who will watch on for his teammate of Manu Bashir, player that Mark did beat on his road to get to this stage? I mean, it's just a crazy, crazy situation we find ourselves in now. You look at the names that are in this E-World Cup, but there's only 2 that remain from the 24 that travelled to the Middle East to become a hero. Manu Bashir against Mark 11 will be this year's FIFAe World Cup Grand Final. One of those names will be world champion. And all we can hope for, as Mark teased, is attacking FIFA from the get-go. Manu Bashir, what a save early doors. 4 minutes in, expect that to be the tempo of this grand final. Corner. Played the way of Manu Bashir. Possession changes hands.
Manu Bashir's had 2 games in this knockout where he's blown the opponent away. The round of 16 and then into the quarterfinals. And it was only a heroic second leg performance from RVP that sort of got him back in the tie. He was 6-0 up after 90 minutes against Abu Maka in his round of 16 tie. Both players have the capability.
Oh, Mark! His first sniff in the box. And he leads by a goal to 0. The Australian player, who is back against the wall, is just ripping up the script, creating his own narrative.
We've played, what, 6 minutes? And Edwin van der Sar won the save, and now a goal down the other end, 8 minutes to be exact. This could be one of the greatest E-World Cup Grand Finals we've ever seen.
I think you can forget about penalties in this one. Two fullbacks going head to head. Attacking FIFA on display. Incredible. The #1 ranked player in Oceania, Mark 11. What a year he has had. Australian E-League champion. Top 16. Here's Mbappe. Let's go down to ground. Top 16 runs, as we said, with Australia, who did lose to the Netherlands. Remember that on a penalty shootout just last week. And I mean, look, he gave us a story to remember with Hollywood as well in the Club World Cup.
You can't forget Manu subbed in for those penalties to be the sort of decisive role in that shootout.
Bar looking for a second. Oh no!
Wow.
Times it green. This is a grand final. And he's 2-0 up in 16 minutes.
The way that Mark 11 is playing right now, the attacking play, I don't think anyone beats him on the face of the planet. He's playing so quick, so precise. The link-up play. He's 17 minutes into a grand final in what is usually a cagey match, the cagiest of all,
against the player that's been the highest scoring.
Incredible.
Doesn't feel like this pressure of a match of this magnitude is hitting it by any means. He's just playing free-flowing FIFA. Are we on to see the first ever Australian winner? First ever Oceania FIFA World Champion. Does this, maybe they might get a few more spots next year. Maybe it needed a world champion to change the conversation. Mark looking for a third. This early on Manu Bashir, no doubt he's just had a knockout blow in the first 15 minutes. He's got to try and regain himself.
They always say matchups make games, how two players can shape up against each other. I think for Mark 11, it's a game you know exactly what Manu's going to do. He's going to attack, he's going to come at you, and he's going to try and run up a lead. I actually think in a sort of just a head-to-head game, when you play like that, that probably suits Mark 11. However, Manu Bashir has shown he can blow people away.
A chance. Defended again superbly well. You heard Mark say, look, defensively I used to be terrible, but one thing that we saw from him, especially in that PHZ game, Richard, that you commented on, just so composed at the back, was not diving into tackles and was able just to match up a mechanical player of PHZ's quality, in so many moments.
You see what he did there in the corner as well. He was sort of inviting Manu to bring a couple of players out of position to try and open up a space. He's playing also really smartly.
It was heartbreak only days ago for Manu Bashir when they lost to Brazil in a E-Nations final. He's going to claw this one back now. Mbappe down the byline, cuts it back. Defender just as enough to take a sting out of that one. Van der Sar will get two hands on it easily.
I think for Manu Bashir, just if he can get out, this time could be different, by the way. That opening chance, Van der Sar saves it. He could be 1-0 up, and who knows what might have happened. If he can get a goal, whether it's at 2-0, 3-0, just to give him a little bit of confidence in this game more than anything, he can then start to really put the pressure on Mark.
He might find himself in a even worse scenario. Crazy when you think back to last year in Copenhagen, Rich. What was it, a 0-0?
Yeah.
Over two legs.
Over 2 legs, yeah.
Over extra time. Penalties it was to decide last year's world champion. To sit here and think that the prize pot has times itself by 15. It used to be a 20,000
prize pot. Winner took it all. Now 300k just for top spot. In terms of the first place prize, I mean, you could do the maths on $20,000 to $1 million that this year's tournament has also been.
You see Manu ever so slightly just settling into this game. Prolonged period of possession. He's going to end the half on top with a chance. And he's happy to take a free kick, actually.
Last chance of the half for Manu Bashir of 2 bullet. To regain some confidence. De Bruyne, edge of the box, step over as well. Not sure what he was looking for there, Pele. Second by the cherry. No, not this time. It's half-time for Mark 11. Keep in mind, still 3 halves to FIFA to be played. But what a start for him.
You just saw a very quick glimpse there from Manu Bashir. A bit of a wry smile, you would say, towards the end of the first 45. It looked to me like he had a good chance with Kevin De Bruyne, however, then spiralled the ball out wide, and any sort of chance he did have quickly went away.
Well, let's have a look at what we missed. If you have just tuned in, this was the big chance which, as you said rightly, Richard, would have completely changed the game. It was R9 that had a shot. Wasn't time green, but regardless, it was still a ridiculous save.
And look, 6 minutes in the game. The deadlock was broken. Trivela from Mbappe past the keeper. Nothing you can do about it at all. 7 minutes later, green times from R9. Hits the top left corner. And Mark 11, 2 goals to the good.
And the best FIFA of his life.
He's in again.
Forwards looking for a third. Their player Mark, who might go down as the best signing ever, Richard, in the time that he's put pen to paper officially.
Talk about making an impact.
I think we'll see a player make more of an impact than what this man's done, regardless of this result.
If that was green, the chance that Mark had, you're probably looking at 3 goals to 0.
He's the player out there a couple of times, there's Mark 11. Just to give Bruno Fernandes more time, looking for a third. De Bruyne into Pele was the idea. There's the heart rates coming through on how he is feeling. Remember that he's been in some pretty high scoring affairs, as Manu Bashir, when he did throw away a 5-0 lead. In a match-up yesterday. This could be dangerous. Mbappe, such a high line from Manu Bashir. Was he able to capitalise on it? You have just tuned in, it's the World Cup Grand Final. Manu Bashir, Mark 11, one of these two will be world champion this year here in Riyadh. In the 16th FIFAe World Cup Final, FIFA Interactive World Cup Final, could be on for a third. R9. Ooh. So good in those areas, isn't he, Mark?
It's just unpredictable with what he may do. He's got the cancels in his locker. He can pull out a very quick elastico or reverse and just change the complete direction of the attack. One thing you'll notice as well about Mike 11, he seems to love the ball, especially with his right back, just almost going backwards at times. Doing a few step overs, waiting, holding possession.
So, making this look like a pretty smooth first leg so far. Loads of space out here for Hakimi. He's the way back in the time for Manu Bashir. There's the card back, there's Mbappe, there's R9! He was desperate for something to fall his way. And that's the goal. To just regain some confidence in the match.
And it's some goal as well, the extra pass. Perfect in the build-up. Pretty much a guaranteed finish from R9. Just stick it on target past the keeper. And I said in the first half, Manu Bashir just needs a goal, whether it's at 2, whether it's at 3, to settle himself into this tie. I'm very intrigued to see how he now builds on that goal.
On the other side of it, how Mark
Rebounds.
replies. Davies offside. Into the pause menu we shall go. 22 minutes left here in leg one. And we'll just hide that. Manu short, looking to add some fresh legs onto the pitch.
And you're just saw a glimpse there, Mark 11 watching back the goal he just conceded. Bit of an instant VOD review, seeing what mistakes he might have made and utilising the entirety of that 90 seconds as now bringing Denman into the conversation, and they're talking over the goal that made it 2-1. On the other side, Manu and Renzo, very little chat at this juncture.
I mean, Denman's done well these last couple of weeks as well, hasn't he? His players have gone the extra mile.
Coach of the year?
I'll tell you what.
If it goes on Wednesday.
There's an argument to be had.
Just seen a controller change there.
I think it wasn't quite right there for Mark. Well, if you score 2 goals with that controller, it worries me to...
if he concedes, swap back.
Swap it back. I was doing a little bit of build-up research onto this game. 3 grand finals in his career Manu has played. 2 of those happened in the Netherlands with the Eredivisie, which he did win both of them. The only one he has lost was 5 days ago, where he may not have played much of the final. He was subbed in late into the tie for Levi de Veer to try and flip the game on its head. As we know, Brazil were world champions there. On the other side for Mark, in terms of LAN finals, if you're a FIFA esports fanatic, you remember last year in the Team of the Season Cup, he played in a 2v2 environment with Mike J, who was in this tournament for Dire Wolves. The other final was in the Australian E-League this year, where he went on to go and win that tournament. In terms of what we've seen in the last 12 months from him, he's been a player that's had incredible momentum this year. This has been his standout year, and I mean, look, this completely changes the game for him, really.
I think if you look probably, 16 months, April, the Team of the Season Cup, we're now in July the following year. It has been a meteoric rise, it has to be said.
And the conversation is about Oceania players that we don't see, is because they can't really play in anything. But being brutally honest, what can they play in the playoffs? We see him for 2 games or 3 games, depending on the bracket run he has, and then the World Cup.
It used to be FIFA 18, FIFA 19, where we had multiple global events throughout the year, whether it be Marcus Gomes, Marco. I think we saw Jazz a few times as well.
Jamie came for a few times in Bucharest.
Whereas now, yeah, you're absolutely right. We've played a lot of these qualifiers region locked, and maybe just doesn't get the optics that he deserves.
And that's why
talent that's over there.
And that's why I look at this 24 list of players 4 days ago, and you just naturally don't put Mark maybe into a championship final, and it's arrogant of me to do that 3 days on.
He's proved everyone wrong.
Absolutely. On the other side for Manu Bashir, 21st in Europe, has won mainly trophies in the Netherlands. This is his time to set the mark. That goal certainly would have given him the confidence he would have needed. De Bruyne in a battle. And he's the fellow Dutch player De Ligt that comes out on top for Footwiz.
He also finds himself in an interesting situation within Team Hullet, where competition is so rife between that team. Everyone's sort of wanting to get to the top, and whether it's Levy, whether it's Emre Yilmaz, this is his moment. No one around him. He's got one person behind him in Renzo, and this is his time to shine.
Well, is he on for an equaliser, Richard? De Bruyne back inside to R9, defended well. No way through there. But you're right, I mean, look at the 3 individuals. Levy, great 2v2 success this year. Look back to that online era. What was it, 2 European Cups, back-to-back online. Emre Yilmaz, it's been all about him in the last 12 months. Here's Mbappe for a second! Manu Bashir is back alive and breathing in this FIFAe World Cup Grand Final.
And what a Grand Final.
We expected goals.
But it doesn't always deliver. It doesn't always deliver.
It does not.
This has been a first-class final. And we're not even halfway through.
The pendulum swings now. As Manu suddenly starts to get his goal-scoring form back. De Bruyne, cut back, Bellingham. Oh, Mbappe was ready to let rip. As we said, he already had one nail-biting affair against the team-bullet player. It was Emre Yilmaz when he was steam rolling past him in the first leg. Emre Yilmaz came fighting back. Mark in the end just was able to pull away. Last chance of the first leg hit. 2-2 is the scoreline. This year's World Championship final. Hakimi in an unfamiliar left-back position. One goes out for a goal kick, and that should do us, Richard, for the halfway point.
Yeah, I don't think Manu's going to get one more chance. Mark wins the ball, and that will do us for the opening leg, and what a leg it has been.
Full time. Nothing to separate the two. I mean, at 2-0 up in 15 minutes, you thought this was going to go one way. As much as it was great for Mark in a grand final, you'd never like to see a blowout that early on to ruin the affair. Manu comes back, couple of tactical changes. Coach Renzo straight in to the tablet just to break down what he saw. Let's have a look at the highlights from that first leg, because we were right to say that, Rich. 15 minutes in, we expected there to be potentially a one-way swing in the tie. After this was saved, that was saved 3 minutes in from Manu, and then just an onslaught happened from Mark.
From the next attack, Travella past the goalkeeper for Mark there. And you see the time in the top left corner. It wasn't much longer after. R9, green time to finish, past R9 to go 2 goals to the good. It took Manu a long time to get back into this tie. Hakimi down the byline, beautiful pass, cutting open that defence. The power was just so delicate, it led into his path without any need for an extra touch. Mbappe with the second, in off the post. And that is where we leave our first leg, 2-2. What a game.
It's the best of one now, really, isn't
it? Really is,
It really is. 2-2 is the scoreline. Remember, biggest FIFA tournament we have ever seen. $1 million prize pool this has given us this World Cup. 300k for first prize. A FIFA player has never won that amount of money from one tournament, which says enough. But both of these two, I don't think, are feeling any of that pressure as it stands right now.
Well, I also think they both know that they've already been through the fire in this tournament. They've both come out the back of a penalty shootout. Not necessarily that there's a lot of pressure on them, but they've made it to a grand final of an World Cup. 2 players, you said it, I said it, everyone at home probably said it, unless you're Australian or a Dutch FIFA fan. Manu and Mark weren't the picks coming into this tournament.
You just go through the list. Tex, Anders, of course, in here. Nicholas on that list as well. Remember, Ume didn't even qualify for this year's tournament. We didn't see any other German names here. Emre Yilmaz fell yesterday early into the tournament. There's just been loads of upsets and shocks along the way.
The tournament's opened up, and these two have taken the opportunity. And they've done it very well. When you look at the performances, the level that they've almost got better every round. Yes, the round of 16, exquisite. It's got to be said. Abu Maka didn't turn up.
No.
He didn't turn up. He lost 10-2. You put that to one side. You then 5-0 up against RVP, and he brings it back to 5-5. Both players have exhausted so much of their FIFA talent on that stage. And for one of them, they've got to go again, and they've got to push over.
Richard Buckley.
Talk to me.
There was a group of death, wasn't there?
There was.
There's one man from that group of death. Where did he finish in that group? 4th. He crawled into the knockout stages in the last game.
Mark, on the other hand, though, wasn't super convincing in the
I
groups.
completely agree.
Neither of these two players finished top. They didn't walk through the groups. It has been battle after battle after battle in this tournament.
Just a case of get to the knockouts. And that's what Manu was saying. He was in the same group as his teammate and fellow Dutchies. Came through 4th. 18 years of age, playing for this pressure. You can just see him shaking. drinking his water.
Both players under 20.
And about to win some ridiculous money. Already guaranteed 150k for getting to this stage. And look, we can build the narratives. Two players deserve, as you said, through penalties, through unbelievable matchups in the knockout stages, horrible matchups in the knockouts, just kept on battling their way through to this game now. It's a best of one. You can argue it all you want. 2v2. Sorry, 2-2 was the score in the first leg. Second leg we played. 6 minutes a half for 300k and a FIFA World Championship. Everyone always talks about what is this tournament different to others. This is a tournament that you could retire after and people would remember you for years, for decades.
You look back at some of those previous winners. Our very own August Rosemeyer, people still coming up. How's it going, champ? That name, it doesn't go anywhere.
It changes everything.
Absolutely. Bruce Granek, Alfonso Ramos, 2 times winners. Umut, Mo Auber, Gorilla. You live long in the memory. And one of these two players join that historic list.
Absolutely. Australia, it would be record-breaking. First ever Oceanian FIFA World Champion. It would be. And there was a couple of technical pauses in between the legs, just giving the players a bit of time to breathe and regain some tactical insights from their coaches before we jump into this second leg.
And I think we're close. Headphones are on. Earbuds are in.
There's the thumbs up from the referees. Stay with us, people. Wherever you're watching from around the world, this is the biggest game of FIFA of the season. The biggest leg of FIFA that these two will probably ever play. I mean, I was saying about it earlier on commentary. The chance of making it to an E-World Cup, especially if you're from Oceania.
Not only the E-World Cup, but this stage. How many players have ever gone back-to-back, even finals, in the current era? Dossering, 18 to 19.
2 Australians out of 64 that qualified for the playoffs. They had to battle it through.
Yeah.
Just honestly, you can sit all day and argue that. It's ridiculous against the odds, and they keep delivering. Back on the way. Oh, we want for an early start from Mark. Little cancel there of the shot. Mark representing Team Footwas, of course, from left to right. Manu of Team Hullet defending his first attack. 2-2 is the aggregate scoreline. Goes for a corner. First corner of the game. Going the way of the Aussie. Pele. Finds Bruno Fernandes. Pele again. There's the step over exit. He timed it green, but the lip was in the way. Another corner. This time on the opposite side of the field. Step overs, ball rolls. Pele. He's dancing around the box. Fortunately, runs into Alphonso Davies.
Both players.
Oh no. Oh no. Scooped up, ball roll. Oh no!
Varane.
Rafael Varane, what are you doing there?
It's not the man you want inside the box. Both players started the first leg pretty promising. Manu Bashort, first 3 minutes, had a chance. Mike was 2 up after 15. And they look to be following the same tendencies yet again in the second leg.
As we said, no 5 back in store from these two. They want to play attacking FIFA. There's going to be chances. We saw 4 goals in the first leg. Is he onside?
Yes.
He is. De Bruyne. Is he going on his own? Ball roll inside. Manu Bashort! Sublime FIFA didn't need anyone else there and just backed De Bruyne.
The question was, is he onside? Absolutely. Manu Bashort took it down the wing, didn't want the cutback. The goalkeeper movement opened up that near post, and he rattled it past the keeper.
Hello. Mbappe. Very near. That ball from the right back, by the way, Rich, was incredible. 40-yard pass. Found Kevin De Bruyne. Now, for the first time in this game, Mark is trailing by 3 goals to 2. What has he got in the final third? Let's have a little look. So free-flowing in the box. Back to Pele. Big save, Courtois.
The keeper movement again moved him all the way to the near post. It's a bad loss of possession, though, from Manu.
As the possession just comes straight back his way. As you rightly said, fantastic piece of goalkeeper movement. Back to De Bruyne on the edge of the box. There's those killers. There they are. Mbappe, chance, another massive save, Courtois.
Look at the FIFA on display. The one touch from Mark 11. A shake of the head because he probably feels as though one of the two chances, the first one, the goalkeeper movement was exquisite. He predicted it, he moved and got his reward, Manu. The second one, maybe only thing you can say he's not green, but you're really splitting hairs. You see a pause we're currently in here. We're back underway with a corner.
Pressure. Back on, Manu short. One thing Manu will do is he'll break with pace and will break so quickly.
De Bruyne again. That's the out ball for him. That's the danger pass, it seems.
Keep an eye on that run there with Pele. Ooh. And has got pace in abundance. Dispossessed again. And when you've only got four at the back and you've got a high line, numbers are going to come straight back. This game has been played at 100 miles an hour. I attack, you attack. The best type of competitive FIFA we want to see. You just have on screen there, you can see at home, the button combinations of these players. I believe that's the side of Mark. You should just see the passes being added in there. The pace of his controller. Wait until he gets skilling around the box. Hakimi does well to recover. 30 minutes of this game gone. Manu short in the lead, still 3-2 in the FIFAe World Cup final. Watch out over there. Run was made. Now the right back's out of position. This is an area the Mark has tried to exploit with the likes of Pele. Doesn't have a choice but to go back all the other way around. Can you find the gaps in between the lines? There's an opportunity there for Pele to...
It just turned the wrong way. It's such sort of minuscule details. Manu read it well, to be honest. He stepped in.
Here he comes again, Mark. Last 5 minutes from half time. Mbappe, step over, ball roll. What's he got in the locker? Still dancing in the box. The lit in the way again. It's big defending from the fellow Dutchman. As Manu Bashir will look just to try and cruise into half-time.
That's Manu Bashir sort of taking the reins in this game, being the, not necessarily the player holding on, but defending well, it has to be said. And the one word that will dictate the rest of this game, control. Who can control their emotions, the gameplay? Where and when this game is settled.
What a run that was from De Bruyne, just offside. It looked a little bit suspect. Added time of 1 minute, Mark. One more chance at this first 45 in the second leg. Has to move now. Oh no, and Mbappe just could not link up. That'll do us for half time. Manu Bashir, 45 in-game minutes away from being a FIFAe World Cup champion. Joining the illustrious list of talents dating back from 2004 to today. FIFA World Champions on a tournament that has been all around the world.
It was a very brief half-time period.
Well, it was 2006 where Andres Smith won an interactive World Cup, the FIFA Interactive World Cup. It was back then. The third year in, funny enough, it was in Amsterdam where it was held. It may have taken 17 years to find another Dutch champion, but we're 45 in-game minutes away from that being a potential case. Mark 11 though, you never write this man out. You can't.
Write him off at your peril.
Literally. You think he's going to be grouped, makes it through to knockouts. Think he's going up in the round of 16, wins and wins and wins. Manu looking for another goal to double his lead. Here's Pele now, trying to squeeze it through the smallest of areas. De Bruyne was the option there. That's poor, that one. From Zaha. Cross comes in, cleared away.
You just see Manu was very quick to realise the running behind from Mbappe. He switched onto the right stick, moved his centre-back into the right position and forced Mark to recycle and look for a different avenue.
Watching home as well, look at the control of that right analog stick, that player switching is so quick. Here's Mark, Mbappe, looking to bring him back in the game. He gets in those areas, but just feels like he stalls for a split second. Don't get me wrong, maybe the exit of the skill move on that occasion didn't suit him as he would have wanted to. Big win, Bruno Fernandes. Manu tries to switch the play. Mbappe and R9 queuing up. Mbappe cuts it back to Lit.
Oh!
And Van Dijk just about get that one clear.
And it all came from a mistake. Manu Bachar went to switch the play. Bruno Fernandes stretching, winning possession back over. And then in that predicament, you ask, what else could Mark have done? I don't think a lot.
This is where the game gets interesting. Is it time for a pause or a change soon? Only one goal in, I know. Well, there is the pause. It's one of them. He could have paused it about 10 seconds ago. Is Manu Bachar about to go into a 5-back to try and see this one out?
Frustration from Mark as well. You just saw there that pass potentially leading to a big chance coming in here. It's well defended.
Time ticking away. That sand timer has been twisted.
Manu was 2-0 down. Let's not forget that. He has faced adversity many times in this tournament and always seems to come out on top.
He's going to have a handful of attacks though still from Mark to deal with, such as this one. R9 finds Alphonso Davies, does well to give himself more space. Step overs, back to Mbappe. Elastico, still in possession, reverse Elastico. Van Dijk, ball bounced around the box still. R9 looking for an exit. De Bruyne, Van Dijk, twist. Oh, there's the one more pass. Bruno Fernandes was waiting.
Again, defended very well from Manu Bachar. Didn't really dive into anything, held his own. But the build-up play was really nice as well from Mark 11. He recycled the play and then one touch. Very quick tempo to the passing.
Well, there's the heart
rate. Look at the heart
rate.
rate, 154.
How you must be feeling right now in that situation, I have got no idea. No, you're 20 minutes away of FIFA time. Minutes of real-life time from changing your life. World champion, 300,000. This man is still so calm, by the way, just over 100 beats per minute. I think the situation that I'd be most worried about for Manu, Richard, is as soon as he gets in the box, trying to predict, trying to guess what he's going to do. The difference is now that you saw it in the pause, there's a 5-back from Manu Bashir, which is going to make it even more difficult for Mark to find space.
It also just doesn't have much time. You may be looking at 2 good attacks. When you partner that with Manu Bashir, then looking to get a big cushion goal to put him 2 goals up.
15 minutes left. Milinkovic-Savic, massive save! That could have been game, set and match.
Almost got him napping from the corner. It was a short one, it was Milinkovic-Savic, couple of step overs, open up the space.
That was his first touch of the game, Rich.
It was.
12 minutes to keep him in the tie, to keep Australia fans dreaming. He has battled his way against the odds for a difficult group, from a difficult knockout bracket. But as you said, for Manu Bashir, 2-0 down in 50 minutes in the grand final. Players would crumble at that.
He stood up and being accounted for. How's Manu Bashir?
And after an E-Nations final that was action-packed, he'll do everything he can to hold on here. Klosterman, Ross is here, Pogba, China! You never can count this man out!
0 reaction from Mark 11. Ice cold is the Aussie.
Against the 5-back of Manu Bashir. Don't get me wrong, it was a fortunate bounce back, but it's the biggest FIFA game of your career. You're going to take that every single day of the week.
Wow.
The coldest man in the room.
What do we say? Never count him out. He always seems to find an answer. The man behind him who's shown a lot of emotion over the last couple of weeks in Denman. Very, very calm. And I'll tell you why. Because they came here for one thing, and that's to lift that trophy. The job is not done.
Oh, wow. 7 minutes left. What more have we got in this final? Manu Bashir, Mark 11. They might get 1 attack each if they're lucky. First attack falls to Manu Bashir in the air. 2 hands on it from the goalkeeper. Well, both had to go for extra time and penalties in a semi-final.
Surely not again.
We were in extra time last year in Copenhagen, and it was a dreaded penalty shootout by any means. It's never a fair way to end a game that is so tightly contested in a penalty shootout. But there has to be a winner somehow and some way.
Mark's going to get the last chance.
Last chance of the game. A goal that could be worth $300,000. A world title, a world championship. Is it his time? Seconds, 4 in-game seconds left to keep this alive. Is there a cross available? De Jong, back to Pogba. Mark 11, Pogba. Extra time is needed here in Riyadh to find a world champion.
These two,
if that went in.
Not only familiar with penalties from an hour ago, familiar with penalties against each other. The Netherlands against Australia.
What was it, round of 16?
Certainly was, and the Dutch came out on top. Manu Bashir was 7 minutes away from an E-World Cup.
He said that this would deliver, but maybe not to this level. 2 unbelievable FIFA players, mechanically so sound. Both enjoyable to watch as well, from what we've been treated to here. Extra time. Here we go. 6 goals wasn't enough to separate the two. Maybe 30 more minutes will do that for us. Mark looking to build his first attack in the extra time period. Pogba, who came so close to a match winner. De Jong finds R9. Step over. Or 2. Looks for the one more of Mbappe. Again, it's counted out. Not for that long, though. Manu pinned into his own half. Christopher Nkunku, the most unlikely of subs to come on. De Jong, R9. Van Dijk.
It's so tough. It's give the ball away again.
Mark with another attack. 3 of them in about 16 game minutes. Ball just pinned, ponging away around the box.
Doing a great job of sustaining attacks there, Mark 11. One thing that is so hard to defend when he gets moving in the box, when the cancels come out, when the skill moves are apparent. And you have to credit Manu Bashour's defending. Numerous occasions, he's been 1 moment away from unleashing a strike, 1 moment away from the extra pass. And Manu seems to find a way to put a player in the right position.
Mark is at least 4 or 5 attacks in this first 15. Potentially might have the last one of the half-time. Before the half-time, we're still an extra time of this first individual leg. He's conceded over 35 goals in the tournament, Manu Bashour, but continues to up his game.
He wants it, he will have a chance to go forward.
So much space on the right-hand side. Renato Sanchez comes on. Van Dijk is in the way at either end of the pitch.
I've got a feeling we're going to go to penalties.
Are we?
I've just got a feeling. There's just not a lot of time. There's not a lot of time. And I think both players, you can just see a little bit of nerves creeping in. Manu didn't really go forward in that. He didn't have the chance to. It was all Mark 11 in that extra time period. Does it turn its head now? Do we get a Manu Bashour 15 minutes of pressure, trying to find a winner?
Here we go. 15 minutes or penalties to find a winner, to find a world champion. Manu Bashour, it's over to you first. Big pass inside, Milinkovic-Savic, what can he do from here? Where's that cutback? There's Mbappe, Renato Sanchez. Big tackle at the back.
It's such a risky offside trap. There was 4 or 5 white shirts that marginally might have been offside, but there were no markers near them for a split second. The confidence Mark has in those areas to turn out of danger is ridiculous as well. Numerous times he's been in his own corner flag, last man back, and he's just got so much bottle, to be honest, to turn out. If he loses it there, he's conceded.
Nkunku subbed on before the extra time period. It's bundled off the ball there. 5 minutes away from penalties.
He's got an overlap on the top side if he wants it.
Keep an eye on that run from Jude Bellingham. Does stop it now. Mbappe's there. R9 also queuing up. There's a through ball available. Doesn't want to go for it. Pogba might instead. Manu Bashour. This could be a massive moment. Pogba. Klosterman in the way. Oh my God, we're getting there. No, not again. Is it going to be penalties for a second year in a row to decide a world champion?
Maybe not.
Or one more attack for Mark 11. And in time of probably a minute at most to come in. A moment to change your life. With one click of a button.
He's got a chance. No, penalties.
Penalties to the sides. A FIFAe World Cup champion. And it's Mark 11 to step up first with Paul Pogba. who is taking all the time he wants to. Mark steps up first from the spot. Which way will he go? Saved! Manu, it's over to you. Is he going to be 1 from 1 in an E-World Cup final? Does score.
Mark 11 with Mbappe. He took an awful long time in the last penalty. Steps up from the spot and it's saved again.
Oh,
Manu.
no.
Mbappe to go 2 up. Saved.
That changes things. That changes. Does go in. Mark does score. Manu. Down the middle. Into round 4 we go. Virgil van Dijk. Save this. And we're all square. Manu has to score. Does Mark 11 has to score this one? Does. Manu, you score this and you are a FIFAe World Cup champion. Armstead van Dijk saved!
We go again! Sudden death! Hakimi from the spot scores!
Manu is back to you! Score to keep yourself alive! Armstead Milinkovic Savic, we go again!
This is incredible. De Jong. Saved!
Manu, score, and you are world champion! Manu, $300,000 richer. This year's FIFAe World Cup champion. There is a new name that steps up from the Netherlands.
That is what 4-5 years of hard work does. Team Hullet have their moment. Controversy on the stage. Mark 11
there is
clearly
controversy.
Angry, upset with the penalty shootout. We'll have to get to the bottom of this. One thing is for certain. Manu is the man on top of the FIFA esports landscape. I kept seeing throughout the shootout Mark 11 turning around, and
the obvious complaint is
the penalties on the big
penalties
screen.
are on the big screen here at the arena. The talk is over the first few penalties. Could the coach see the pens? As far as we're aware, Manu is your world champion.
That's
in
final.
the FIFAe World Cup.
Incredible.
But rightly so, there was a conversation. Manu, what a tournament.
He doesn't
What's
care.
the FIFAe World Cup, Richards? It wasn't a 0-0 this time in Copenhagen.
So the problem was with Mike. Whenever we went to his POV, you saw the controller in the top corner. There could have been a conversation had, we don't know. We're simply speculating, but that was what Mark was so angry about. He didn't want his POV being on the big screen here in Riyadh. We have to give you all the details at home. I'm sure that won't be the end of it. But that man on your screen is a world champion. What a tournament. What a 3 weeks we have had. And it's the conversations, as you can see, still ongoing.
This is, we've never seen this before.
Let's try and have a listen in.
Get that cameraman closer. There's a conversation between 3 or 4 admins there.
Head referee as well. Let's just wait to see what happens here.
look at Manu Bashir is like, what's happening? Can I celebrate or not? Am I a world champion or not? I've never seen scenes like this. This is unheard of from the spot. Again, we need to get over there. Get back to the footways, guys.
Where you start and you have a solution for it. How does that make any sense?
Well done. Well, we've got a minute. That's it from the commentary booth for now as far as we're aware. Manu Bashir, penalty shootout win. This year's FIFAe World Cup champion. And for now, he's back over to the studio. What a game.
Lots and lots of drama then over here. Alex B, I want to just get your thoughts on what is unfolding then on the arena floor. Lots of drama between Mark there and Manu about the controller being on the screen. Tell everyone exactly what that means and what he's complaining about.
So Mike is one of the, he's one of the only players that has his controller input in the top right of his screen. What that means is when you go through to a penalty shootout, you can see the input overlay of where you're aiming, where you want to go on the saves, where you want to put it on that shot. So obviously Mark's concern was that during that penalty shootout along at the arena here, there is a very big screen that is showcasing the penalty shootout from Mark's POV. So obviously there was questions to be asked of, could Manu and maybe his coach Renzo and anyone else that may be involved give them an indication of where he's going to go, which you can obviously understand the frustrations from Mark.
And I guess my question is that down to the player to take that off, or is that a comp ops job to take that off?
You could turn it off before you go into the penalty shootouts if you pause it and kick the ball out, but you cannot pause before the penalty shootout starts, so that means Mark would have to hand over possession, which he's obviously not going to do. In terms from a comp ops point of view, there should not be an input overlay coming on onto the big screen for any point of that tournament.
Okay, well that's Alex then, just kind of trying to clear that up and let you guys know at home exactly what the thoughts are of the couch and what Mark is discussing there and is very, very disappointed about, as you can imagine, Aggie. Not ideal, but obviously we heard from Alex there, you can't change that off during match play unless you want to give, I guess, the ball over to the other player. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a tricky situation, definitely is. I mean, both players were super locked in, so you obviously are when you're playing a penalty shootout to win the World Cup, but yeah, it's a hectic situation, I guess.
I guess my point there, Alex, is that Manu didn't score every single one.
No, Manu didn't score every single one, but the first two penalties were saved. I think in terms of looking at the footage and the replay, like, probably we should have had Manu's point of view, so we didn't have that input overlay there, but at the same time, there's a lot of cameras in this room. They can have the conversations of saying, is it even possible for Renzo, for Manu to even turn around and look? I don't know. They seem locked in. I understand the frustration from Mark, it is, but I also, to my knowledge, in a lot of other broadcasts and FIFA esports that we've seen, the rules, I'd have to get double clarification on this, state that a certain camera should be used, an input overlay shouldn't be on, but they're not always there. So I don't know. It's a very difficult situation, and it's overshadowing what is obviously a fantastic moment for Manu, should everything stand.
Yeah, very frustrating for both parties here, not just Mark, of course. Manu believes he's world champion, and as does Renzo. And right now, there's a massive shadow, like Alex said, just been cast over this massive achievement. So scenes down there on the arena floor. Mark is still very much sat in his booth, like he thinks he might get a chance to retake these penalties. Is that something that would ever happen at a World Cup, boys?
Me and Mike were chatting before. No, I don't think it will. There's serious conversations to be had between everybody in terms of, you know, how that's happened and why it's happened. It's just a very, very difficult scenario for every single party involved. If you're Manu, you're saying, I didn't look, Renzo didn't look. There's no way we could get that information across. But if you're Mark, when the first two penalties are saved, it's obviously going to feel hard done by.
Yeah, of course. We'll try and clear up all these conversations and problems when we get them. But as it stands, Manu Bashir is our FIFAe World Cup champion, and Mark 11 would finish runner-up here in 2023. So Spen is down there now with some of the competition managers, just trying to understand fully a little bit more about what's at stake here and the implications and the rules as well, like Alex has just been telling us. Yeah, really disappointing for both individuals and the teams involved here. So I was just trying to see if I could have a little listen, but I don't think the mics are down there. But yeah, this is really unfortunate. It's never happened.
The thing is as well is that the rules state that if a player's got a problem in game, you raise your hand and you pause it and the referee comes over. You can't pause during a penalty shootout. Mark raised his hand twice. The referees were there. They obviously spotted the problem and then fixed it halfway through the penalty shootout. After Mark, I don't know what you're meant to do. You raise your hand, there's an issue, get off the screen, don't show it. But by that point, you're in the biggest moment of your life, a $300,000 penalty shootout. It's tough.
Yeah, I didn't know if we had some shots of Mark actually raising his hand. It would be good to see if there was a back-cam shot of that we could have a little look of, because we know that penalty shootout is super tense. And Alex was just saying there, halfway through that, he knew what was wrong and he tried to raise the awareness to it, and it was a little bit too late in his opinion. Maybe the comp ops didn't see him in time. Obviously, it's really, really tense here in the arena, but this should have happened.
I suppose it's a situation that FIFA Esports has never found itself in, where a player has got an issue during a penalty shootout and you cannot pause it. The commentators don't know what's going on. They're treating it as it's a penalty shootout and it's the final thing. And obviously the opposition, Manu, he doesn't realise it. He's probably just doing the same thing as well.
And it's obviously something we don't always see, is it? A player having those controller, what do we call them? Controller
input overlay
on the screen. It's not something we see only when we actually watch Mark, I think, for the whole 3 weeks.
It's actually something that I've said when we go to telestration board, it'd be great if we could have the input overlay on for every player, but the only player, to my knowledge, that runs it is Mark.
So no official decision just yet, has just been fed to me. Mark there, actually, if someone could look on their phone and maybe have a little look at maybe what he's tweeting, you never know. So we're going to get the footage now of Mark. This is going to be just as I think extra time finishes. He now knows.
So that's where Mark spotted straight away.
Now he's seen it. He's pointing. Headphones coming out. Demon's seen it as well. Hand up 3 times.
The thing is as well, sorry to interrupt Rachel, is that Mark is also trying to still do his job of taking a penalty shootout when knowing that that's there. That is not a nice situation.
Yeah, his hand went up 5-6 times there, so you can see, I think, a couple of officials in the back, obviously they could all see this playing out.
And yeah, your head's elsewhere. You're not involved. Every little fine detail in a penalty shootout, and thinking whether they're going to go left, whether they're going to go right, whether you have to take the step. You're trying to think about that, but Mark's obviously very concerned with what he's seeing there. The officials are having conversations. You can see the microphone raised, and there isn't a decision. No one's gone, yes, let's pause this, and let's go back to it. I don't know.
Well, we do have confirmation then that the decision does stand, and Manu Bashir is this year's FIFAe World Cup champion. Possibly a controversial one, but that is the decision that everybody here is going with. That is your world champion. Renzo, as a coach, congratulations to the both of them there. 14 matches they had to win to lift this trophy, to get this accolade. An amazing achievement for Team Hullet as well. What a season they've had. The E-Champions League title went to Team Hullet, as does now the FIFAe World Cup title. What a year for that organisation. And Spencer Owen is down there to chat to our winner, Manu.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, what a climax to this amazing event. Before we chat to him, we need to do the small matter of giving him the trophy. So it is my pleasure to invite this year's winner to collect his trophy. Officially, the best FIFA player in the world from the Netherlands, representing Team Hullet. the 2023 FIFAe World Cup champion, Manu Bashir. Congratulations to Manu Bashir of Team Hullet and Coach Renzo. Back-to-back penalty shootouts. Incredible scenes here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And we're going to go back to the studio to get your thoughts on this amazing conclusion.
Thank you so much. Yeah, well, let's just continue to enjoy the scenes which are unfolding behind us. Obviously, we're saying it's, I guess, shrouded in a little bit of a grey area right now as well. And I just actually thought that I'd like to bring Mike Labelle in on this conversation as well. Mike, we know it's difficult and these things do happen. I'm not saying they should happen, but in football as well as FIFA esports, you know, we see VAR decisions go the wrong way a lot of times. You know, the technology doesn't particularly work. This has been, you know, decided that Manu is the world champion, rightly or wrongly.
And I think the likely reality, you'd have to ask people in the arena. I don't think anyone's looking back at that screen. I don't know about signaling over, he's going this way, he's going that way. So I don't know that it necessarily impacted the final result, but it was distracting for Mark. And that's where it's frustrating because you have to be so locked in the competitive scene to get these types of results. Anything that takes your mental away from the task at hand is problematic. So you hate to see that happen like that, but I don't necessarily feel like the result would have shifted. I mean, we would never really know. We play a lot of hypotheticals here.
No, and of course, it was.
But I don't think anybody was like cueing to Renzo or cueing to Manu Bashir to go this way or to go that way or anything along those lines.
No, exactly, and we know this team as well. They're a team that will love to do everything fairly and, you know, on that correct line. And Renzo, I'm sure, as Manu was, locked in to that penalty shootout, and that is the difference there. I think we're discussing on the couch that Mark couldn't be as locked in and have that same tunnel vision as Manu could because he was aware of everything unfolding around him and maybe having a disadvantage.
Well, if anything, it's maybe a question for comp ops as well. We saw the replay, hands was raised on multiple occasions. I saw people signaling and talking, but it wasn't something that was able to stop or adjust in the moment.
It's a word that gets thrown around a lot, which is competitive integrity, and that's obviously what's at risk there with what's just happened. It's certainly something that all parties can learn from and make sure that something like this doesn't happen again, because obviously this is going to overshadow what for Manu has been a fantastic tournament, along for Mark as well, and that's going to be the most frustrating thing about this for everybody involved, is just purely that Manu was put on a performance, Mark has put on a performance, probably one of the best finals we've seen of all time, possibly. This time last year, 0-0, went all the way through to penalties. They delivered a 3-3 into penalties. It's very different.
I just wanted to draw your attention as well, the fact that the settings for Mark 11 were the exact same as in his semi-final when he also went to penalties there, which possibly is open to discussion as well. He obviously didn't have a problem with that because it ended up going his way.
It depends what was shown on screen then on whose POV we were getting, whether we were getting Mark's, because if it's marked, you see his input overlay. If you're getting his opposition, you don't see an input overlay for either player. So that's obviously a question to have there.
Yeah, exactly. Good point, Alex. I will try and ask for that information as well. Dejected scenes there in the FIFAe camp. Again, an incredible season for that organisation. They were runners-up in the E-Club World Cup. That was our first World Cup that we held here in Riyadh, and now runners-up again at the big one, I guess a lot of people say, the FIFAe World Cup as well. Mark 11 and Denman there in that camp. Well, let's hand back down to Spen then, who's with Manu.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I am next to the newly crowned FIFAe World Cup champion. It seems like forever ago, but let's remember, you were 2-0 down in that game.
Yeah, I was 2-0 down and playing very bad. I think Mark, if he had been a bit more clinical, he could be like 3-0 up. But after 2-1, I thought, like, I did this against Obrun, I can for sure do it against Mark. And I came back 3-2 up. I think I didn't deserve to concede that goal. Like at the end, it was a bit lucky for him, but in the end, well, what does it even matter? We have the trophy here, we have the shack, we have everything.
Talk to me about the emotions you're feeling right now. You know, it's something that you've been working towards for so long. Even though you're a young player, you know, this doesn't happen overnight, and you've done it. You're a world champion.
Yeah, I'm a world champion. Last year, quarter-finalist, with the feeling that there was more in the tournament. This year, I came in with less expectation than last year, and I won it. So it's all the hard work, and yeah, of course, every help we get at Team Gullit, the boot camps, all the players, coaches, Renzo, Jelle, Jelte, the organizations, Schalk, Corné, and Maarten. So it's also their trophy and a reward for all the hard work behind the scenes.
Now, Manu, I've got to ask you about this controversy that finished the game. What's your take on it? I mean, we've heard from the guys on the couch. You were obviously involved. What's your understanding of what happened?
Yeah, first of all, I completely understand this anger because when you lose a World Cup final, it's never nice, and then going like that way for him felt probably even more hard done by. But at the same time, I was constantly looking at my own screen. I didn't look back one time, and Renzo was also not looking back one time, and he didn't even say a word. So even if he did, he didn't even say a word. So yeah, so I don't think it changed anything, to be honest. So I think for him it was something like harsh, I think. I understand him completely, but in my opinion, this is the only fair solution.
And I think it's important as well to not take this moment away from you, because you have earned it. You've been fantastic. You know, the fact that you came through 2 penalty shootouts back to back, the fact that Mark also came through a penalty shootout in the semi-final shows you just the level we're talking about here. And that even the 2 losing semi-finalists could argue that they might have had a chance of winning this because they took you to penalties as well. So it is unbelievable to operate at this high level in something that you've been working towards for so long.
Yeah, of course, the final, if we play tomorrow, it could be PH against Obrun. For like this tournament, you need some luck, you need some penalty shootouts, you need something that's not in your control to win. And I think that happened today, thankfully. And yeah, 2 penalty shootouts. I'll never complain about penalties in my life again.
Well, listen, Manu, you have got the trophy. You're a world champion. There's a small matter of a cheque for $300,000, which we're going to present to you right here. What are you going to do with the money?
I think I'll go on a big vacation.
He's taking me.
Renzo said he's taking it with him.
Then I have to, I guess, but we'll do it, no problem. I'll get my driver license, all that kind of stuff, and yeah, what I just said, I was already happy with the semi-final, to be honest. I thought like, yeah, it's already improvement from last year, but to win it, yeah, nothing will ever top this.
A quick chat with Renzo as well before we go. You've coached him here, you've worked with him a long time, we've seen you in multiple events together. How proud are you right now?
I'm very proud because it's always tough whenever we have qualifiers. I'm working together with Levi and Manu at the same time, and I have to divide my attention. And I felt like for this time, Manu and I finally got together for the playoffs and for the World Cup to really work at it. And yeah, not taking away anything of Levi, but this guy just deserves it. I mean, the incredible talent and hard work that he puts in is just incredible, and yeah, he's got what he deserved.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can take away from the fact that you deserve it. And you want one more thing to say?
Yeah, this trophy is also Levi and Emrys, because last week at the E-Nations we unfortunately didn't get it, but they helped me believe to get to a semi-final in such a big tournament, because before I didn't get to like the championship days, and they made me believe and helped me a lot, so this is also theirs.
And also one more thing, this guy did it in his year that he was doing exams. Just imagine that.
Incredible stuff, it really is. 18 years old. Teamwork makes the dream work. In this case, it's Team Gullit who take home the trophy along with Manu Bouchard as the new FIFAe World Cup champion. What a final, what a tournament, what a few weeks here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Back to you guys.
Well, it's had it all, hasn't it? What a moment for that young man, achieving his World Cup dreams. And Renzo as well. What a journey for both of them. 28 matches Manu has contested in his 2 weeks here, obviously last week with the E-Nations as well, getting all the way and just falling at that final hurdle, and then 14 matches over the last 4 days as well to lift that trophy. Such an achievement, and so many names coming out of that Team Gullit camp. This is just another one to add to their CV.
and that's where I was going to take this conversation a little bit. We always talk about what are the best nations, what players from which nations are performing at the highest degree. I think it's impossible not to mention Netherlands in that conversation, both in the 2v2, the 1v1, the amount of players, the quality and the quantity. And it's been over 15 years since we've seen a winner. The FIFAe World Cup, it was FIFA Interactive World Cup back then with Andre Smit from 2006. To give you an idea how long it's been since we've had someone hoisting the trophy from Netherlands.
Yeah, it's an incredible moment. Alex, I'm just going to bring you in on Renzo as well. He's had quite the journey, hasn't he, over the last couple of weeks. Finally, he lifts a World Cup trophy with Manu.
Yeah, he does. Obviously, he's had that silverware already at the Masters with Levy and Olilito, but this time around, this one will feel a lot sweeter for him. You just have to give credit to Renzo and what Team Hullet have been doing. The players that they bring through that academy, and they just nurture them and they bring them up to just turn into what is now fantastic FIFA players. Renzo's probably one of the more active coaches. He's happy to tell his players, pause it, I want to talk to you, I've got something to say. And that, to take a lot of ownership, that is a big thing for him to do, and he's relishing that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Spen's just joined us as well up here. Spen, obviously you were down there when all the drama was unfolding. Kind of been nice to be in amongst that. How was the feeling down there?
No, it's one of them where I think first things first, you have to say that no one wanted that to be the way it ended, and I completely see both sides to it. I think Mark has, cause for complaint, and I think Manu genuinely didn't do what Mark thinks he might have done. And there is no winner in that situation. I've got to first say, we're very close to this on the ground every day, and I, particularly being on stage, talk to the refs regularly. They do a fantastic job. They have to work in some really difficult, challenging situations, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone, to be honest. It's very much like real football in that sense, where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I think they made the right decision based on the factors in front of them, because as much as you can argue Mark has cause for complaint, I think Manu would have just as much if they made him do it again, if that was even an option, because there is no proof against him. And likewise, and they looked for it. They did check to see if there'd been any, looking at the screen and whatnot. I think the fact that, and I take Alex's point that the previous match might have not been on the screen and shown his display with the controller on screen. The fact that he come through a penalty shootout before and maybe had the opportunity to think about that issue. The main thing is it's Mark's choice to display that on the screen. And we maybe should talk to him about why that is. It's probably because it's something he's used to from when he plays at home and all these things. But it's not something that was done to him, if that makes sense. And I think that's where it...
Alex, can I just say as well, it was on the screen during PHZ, just to confirm. Sorry.
I think where a lot of people at home are going to say, yeah, you're right, Manu, especially with the microphones that we've got, the team are surely going to have checked, did Manu and Renzo turn around and look, and they didn't, and I can agree with that. I think where the conversation would then go is, Mark's head was not in that penalty shootout at that moment, which obviously in it's such a big penalty shootout, that's something that, is definitely something to think about.
Aggie, it's difficult, isn't it, to win a World Cup under those circumstances, but Manu has done it. I mean, I'd love your thoughts on what kind of we saw there, and you've been in that situation, you've been a world champion. How does Manu and Mark feel right now?
I mean, both players have different feelings right now, obviously. For Manu, I just want to say congratulations. I mean, he's the new FIFAe World Champion, and regardless of how this final turned out, he's been working to get here, and he's been performing excellent, and I'm very happy for him. And at the same time, for Mark, it's an unfortunate situation, and he can be very, very proud, and I think he'll look back and be happy overall still.
I think what's most important when things like this happen is that you have to learn from them and you have to work out how you can avoid it happening again. And I can see two immediate solutions to this. And I completely take your point, Alex, about Mark not being in the right mental headspace. I think the reason this is a debate is that we're not going to come up with a conclusion here, because otherwise the decision would have been made like that. There's always going to be an opinion on it. I think the first thing you say is that it was a Mark issue as to why he was not in that headspace, because he chose to put himself in that scenario, rightly or wrongly. That's just a fact. He chose to have that on the screen. So I would suggest going forward, it should not be an option to have it on the screen at tournaments, first of all. And they maybe need a protocol for when someone has an issue in a penalty shootout. That's the second thing, because he was saying he put his hand up and no one noticed it. And that's where he could have an issue because the game ends and it literally starts the penalty shootout straight away. And there maybe needs to be an option to pause it or something.
The problem that we have with that as well, though, sorry, Mike, is that if a player has an issue in game where they say, like analog stick. I've had it before at home where your analog stick just gets jammed and your player runs away and you're trying to point somewhere else. You need that input overlay to say that's not what I inputted, or if I press pass and nothing happened, like that's why some players will choose to have it on. But obviously, yeah, you're right. It's a conversation of, well, how do we then get around that? And maybe it's having, from a broadcast point of view, a spectate mode where we're seeing just the gameplay and nothing
I think
else.
there's ways that in the back end that maybe they could see it without it going on the display. Likewise, you need maybe a live director to make sure that the screen doesn't have that person. But if you say no one can have it, you never have that issue ultimately. And I think, listen, we won't. There will be opinion. I'm sure there's people in the chat saying they don't agree with me, but the referees have to make a decision. And for what it's worth, I understand the decision they made. And I really don't want this to take away from Manu, because we heard from the words from Renzo there and the commitment this lad's put in, 18 years old, world champion. It's an unbelievable story. If one penalty had gone a different way or he'd scored, at a different time, it hadn't gone to shootout, all we'd be doing now is waxing lyrical about this young lad from the Netherlands.
I think what makes it so debatable is because the hand is raised as it's going on. So therefore, you had a chance to step in that moment, and that's the protocol of how to notify if something's not working.
And to add to it, from what I've read on Twitter, I think Mark raised his hand before the penalty shootout.
That's what he said down there for sure. Yeah.
Well, we're never going to get to a decision here, but a decision has been made. Obviously, Manu Bashir is our world champion for this year, and sport isn't without drama and controversy throughout sport and e-sport. So we're sticking with our decision, and let's have a little look then at exactly how that final played out. We'll start with the first leg, of course, here. Mark then ran away with it, didn't he, early on?
Yeah, they had back and forth, and I will say all the games today, I mean, you're talking about you could cut them, knife edge, beautiful goal there, lovely opener, almost conceded to start the game. Mark, of course, sets the tempo outside of the boot, and quick passing, as you would expect. 1 is good, 2 is better in the 16th minute, and at this point you're thinking, is this going to be a route? Is he going to be able to add to it? You see a big switch of the pitch. Manu, a lot of space to work with. Hakimi looking for options. Can he find them? Of course he can. Quick passing. R9 slips in behind. That's never going to be a good scenario or a good situation. That's the guy that's always going to be converting.
Yeah, and it was all about Manu coming back in that first leg. The lovely step overs in off the post. 2-2 going into that second leg. And it was about what can both of these players deliver on the biggest stage, the biggest moment of their careers. It was a through ball which saw Kevin De Bruyne walk down towards that byline, the ball roll, and then the ability to go on that near post and put it through. 16 minutes on the clock in the second leg. The movement, the footwork, and the chance coming through. But Courtois stands tall.
Couple of moments as well, a couple of big saves for Mark 11 there, just to get back into it.
Yeah, chances where you think if maybe there was a green time finish there, you would have seen it ripple into the back of the net. As he knocked on the door, the defence stand tall for Manu time and time again.
What's the goalkeeper doing? Out of position, not looking nearly as athletic. Another layoff here. Who else? Your man Savic, step over, splitting the defense. He didn't think he had that in the locker, but he made it happen. And it's getting late. We saw some mistakes as well. Mark was obviously chasing the result here. Big takeaway. Pogba's made a big difference. As a super sub, he might have been the most impactful super sub we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Well, then we go to penalty shootouts, don't we, Alex? And this is where we're going to see the hand get raised.
And this is where I think our side of the couch has questions with this. And I want to say this for everyone at home. We're waiting on information the same way they're waiting for information. So before we comment and say this and say that, I wanted to see more of the picture, more of the lens, because I was just watching the penalty kicks.
Yeah. But this was the moment that saw De Jong put it straight down the goalkeeper's hands, and then the man for the moment, Manu Hakimi, steps up and gives himself a world championship.
And last thing we'll say about this is it might have broke his focus, and that could be your argument. But I definitely don't believe at any point that we have Renzo or Manu looking at anything or getting codes from somewhere in the audience or something along those lines. And Manu said that in the interview, that the result wouldn't have been different. He wouldn't felt it was be different. The debate is more so around the raising of the hand and then the focus side of things. But I don't think there's any suspect activity in the building.
I think
want to throw that
for
out
them
there.
to even have done that, they'd have to be thinking on such a 4D chess level, because they'd have to be deliberately not saving penalties, because they obviously would have saved them all, right? Because they could see on every single one, supposedly. So,
but also, who's triggering? Somebody has to trigger to you where to go.
To add to it as well, Mark was deliberately pressing shoot, not aiming where he wanted to go until the last possible second. So you're talking literally a split second of left, which would be so difficult to do. But yeah, like you mentioned there, Mike, that's where the conversation.
You need a protocol for if a player has a valid concern during a shootout. It's so fast-paced; they need to be able to maybe reset. I often think, from a watching perspective, like the way the game ends and the shootout begins is too much sometimes. I think they need a little, like, why don't we have a pause like we have at half-time before the shootout? It doesn't have to be 10 minutes, because that would be the perfect opportunity for Mark maybe to raise that concern. And if he didn't raise it in that area and then went in, he'd have no complaints because he would have had the opportunity.
And that would be so easy to introduce, because if you play offline, you do have that pause. Before you go into penalty kick shootouts, both you can actually move and assemble your kick takers, and then you have to go into it. You have to both commit at the same time.
Well, this is always going to be marred with a bit of controversy.
There's a lot happening here on the couch today.
I mean, we do have Manu Bashir as our FIFAe World Champion. I just want to, as well, say congratulations once again to Team Hulit and to all of us here. What a couple of weeks we have had in Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's been pretty special. We've named not one, but 3 world champions. RB Leipzig, Brazil, and now Manu Bashir. I mean, thank you guys for joining us on this amazing journey. Shokran Laka as well. Thank you to everybody who joined us this year on our FIFAe World Cup journey. It has been quite the ride. I'm going to say once again, thank you and congratulations to our 3 world champions, RB Leipzig, Brazil, and finally, Manu Bashir. And thank you as well to Gamers 8 and Saudi Arabia for hosting us this year. And from all of us here, once again, thank you so much. Good night, and we'll see you soon.